Today we're here with Christian for Virtual Artifacts 2. Going to be a lot of fun in VR. It's always fun to watch Christian work in a VR headset. It's going to be primarily with Gravity Sketch. So Christian is a VR AR artist and developer from the UK who's passionate about making interactive 3D accessible for everyone to inform, inspire, and have fun. From his architecture background, he's embraced his artistic roots, continuing his creative journey. He's inspired by architecture, industrial design, sculpture, graphic design, and many other external sources. He enjoys the freedom of creating in VR, records the process in XR, and distributes with AR. So, welcome, Christian. And before you start, I just want to say that everyone that is here attending, please make sure you switch your chat to everyone. And if you have questions during the webinar, please use the Q&A button. If you see where all your Zoom buttons are, there's one called Q&A. Please ask it in that button. It's easier to keep track of than in the chat. Other than that, if you're just chatting, obviously use the chat. Just a reminder that not everyone learns at the same pace. So if you feel like you're having a hard time keeping up, feel free to just watch and go back to the recording after. And I know primarily Christian will be using VR headset in this webinar. Not all of you might have one, or it might not be easy to follow along right away with a headset. Thank you, and I'll give it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Share my screen so you can see, and then we'll jump in.
Yeah, it's working fine.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so here we are, Virtual Artifacts 2.0. You guys have already had the intro from Mike about me. You can feel free to scan that QR code. That has all of my socials and a few links to websites and things like that. I'll also put that up in the little breaks and also at the end for you guys as well, if you're not already on the social media side of things. I've also put this up here as well, the Gravity Sketch certification, because it's really useful, and I've actually gone ahead and taken the test and been certified to actually to use Gravity Sketch. So it's that much of an influential tool that I've sought out the certification, and also so I can do these things as well. So we've got 5 hours, so let's jump into the actual details of this and what we're going to look at today. So essentially, the itinerary, as you guys know, it's going to be looking at MidJourney and creating inspirational AI imagery to then bring into Gravity Sketch and actually bring to life, because that 2D image will be quite flat. It can be very convincing 3D, but actually you might want to do some really interesting camera moves, or you want to start to animate it or change textures. And what we want to achieve today in general is that you'll be able to produce your own game engine ready assets from basically nothing, a text prompt to create this inspirational image. So then once we've got those images, we'll load those into Gravity Sketch, where in VR we will be modeling, and it's my preferential my preferred modeling software, purely because in VR we have actual depth. Now you're not just using a mouse and just a 2D screen or even like a graphics tablet when you're sculpting, but in Gravity Sketch and Substance Modeler you're crafting in 3D space with your hands and controllers. So as you move those controllers and your hands through 3D space, you can sculpt and actually model with depth. And when you get very quick and adept at it, you can model very, very quickly. So it's actually quicker for me to just throw on a headset, model something in Gravity Sketch just to flesh things out. And that's my preferred method. Once we've done the main geometry in Gravity Sketch, we will actually then export the geometry and then import it into Substance Modeler. Substance Modeler you can think of as like a VR version of ZBrush or ZBrush, and it allows us to actually sculpt into the digital clay. So we're going to take that existing mesh geometry from Gravity Sketch, convert it into digital clay, and we can then further sculpt into it and actually add additional clay on the surface as well to give that a little more detail and a little more depth. Once we've finished with Substance Modeler, we'll be taking these into Blender. So we'll be taking the Gravity Sketch geometry and also the Substance Modeler high density mesh sculpted geometry and actually processing them, prep them in Blender so that we can actually take them into Substance Painter. Now, Substance Model and Substance Painter, they're part of the 3D suite from Adobe, and they want to have this pipeline from using their modeler package all the way through to their stager, which is like a rendering package, so that you have that complete pipeline. But we still need this middle person in the middle to deal with UV unwrapping or UV maps to actually help texture and to get some really nice textures in there. So when we bring it all into Substance Painter, after we've processed it in Blender, we'll actually be able to do the real fun details, adding the materials, and just really finishing the actual textures in there. And then the output of Substance Painter will then allow us to have a load of textures and our nice geometry from Gravity Sketch, which is more low poly than the high density Substance Modeler sculpted mesh. And then we can actually take those and they can go on to SketchFab, for example, as a 3D model viewer in the web, but also you can put these assets into any gaming engine. So it can go into Unity, it can go into Unreal, and you're there actually maintaining the sculpted quality from Substance Modeler, and also, yeah, just they're game ready. So you won't be able to put them into something like Spark AR without a bit of optimization, but it's really just a very small final step for you to be able to put those in. And then they can go into an Instagram filter or a TikTok filter or Snapchat lens. And so the idea and ethos I've had for a while now is to produce high quality assets that then can go anywhere into any specific gaming engine for any specific purpose. So yeah, so we've got 5 hours, 5 bits of software, 5 pieces of software, so roughly an hour each. That's what we'll aim and try to stick to. Of course, if you guys have any questions at any point, do, as Mike said, put them in the Q&A box. And if you have a specific question about MidJourney, feel free to ask it within the first hour, and respectively, if you've got a Gravity Sketch question whilst I'm in Gravity Sketch, I might be best to answer that question physically or to actually show you within Gravity Sketch those specific things. It's not a problem if you only just pick it up at the end and say, oh, it's Substance Painter, I have a question about Gravity Sketch. Not a problem. We can jump about. That's really not a problem. And I hope that this is going to be enjoyable for you as possible. I've been using a lot of these tools for a number of years. I've been using Gravity Sketch since, I think, mid-2019. So yeah, coming up a number of years now. And obviously these AI tools that have arisen are really starting to inject the creative process and really inform a lot of it and start iterating before we even start to model things. We can iterate design ideas and start to visualize thoughts and ideas before jumping in and starting to make something a bit more concrete. And I think one last point before moving on is using these VR tools. There is a handcrafted, artisanal, I think, form and system that we're actually putting into here, and the details that we actually put in are something that will be more valuable as these AI tools increase over time. And I think being able to embed and crystallize and solidify those hand-drawn details as opposed to just generated meshes, for example, or generated textures, we're actually still maintaining and retaining that handcrafted detail. So yeah, a further discussion for another time. So hardware. Today, I'm going to be using the MetaQuest Pro Meta very kindly sent me one of these headsets, which has mixed reality capabilities. I've also previously been using the Quest 2, and that is a perfectly good headset. And if you guys have that, then it's more than capable of doing everything that we're going to cover today. I also have a gaming PC, so that helps with the substance modeler side of things, as it doesn't run on either of those two standalone headsets. So there's the gaming specs, and the reason for the gaming PC is just you get a better visual quality with Gravity Sketch, but also you can't run Substance Monitor on those headsets, and it's just easier for streaming and everything and recording the high quality content for you guys. I also have a wireless microphone, an amp line wireless microphone that I'll be putting on the headset, so that actually I'll be rolling back and waving my hands around when in Gravity Sketch, so I don't hit the table or the keyboard or the microphone or anything like that. It just means that you guys will be able to hear me a bit better. So I'll be switching microphones as we go. So just really quickly then, the MetaQuest Pro, this is what it looks like. You can see it's got an array of cameras on the front, but also an array of cameras on the controllers. So they've got their own tracking. So these headsets, for those of you that don't know what they are, these are completely standalone headsets. So what does that mean? Previously, you needed a headset, a VR headset wired into a gaming PC with at least 4 different sensors in the corners of your room so that you could actually track the controllers and the headset in 3D space. We now no longer need that with some amazing technology that Meta has put together. And so all you need to get started in Gravity Sketch, for example, is one of these standalone headsets, whether it's a Quest 2 for about $300 or whether it's a Quest Pro for about $1,000. And you just put the headset on, you have a phone app that allows you to download your apps, and also you can download them in headset, and then you're good to go. You can start creating in 3D wherever you are. Great question about light blockers with the Quest Pro. I like to actually, use the light blockers only if I'm in VR. So there are actual magnetic light blockers at the side, because it's aimed at being a mixed reality headset. They allow you to actually see in your periphery. So you can look down and look at your watch, or you can kind of look to the sides in your peripheries. So they offer rubber magnetic blockers that basically sort of just snap in place, which I can actually show you. I'll pick this up. So you can see, here's the headset here, and then this is one of those magnetic light blockers, and you can see that it just, it snaps in place really nicely, and that just offers a bit more immersion, and you can get a larger one that actually comes round the bridge of the nose as well to give you full sort of light blockage. So if you're playing like a AAA game or an immersive game where it's VR, which is virtual reality, which means that the entire 3D environment around you is completely generated or created or produced, or you're fully immersed in that game, then having light or seeing the real world is immersion breaking. So I do also like to use Gravity Sketch with mixed reality, and yeah, so the mixed reality aspect is nice that you can kind of still see your peripheries, and all it does is it shows you a color camera video feed from the headset, so that you can actually see through and actually interact with the real world. But Gravity Sketch allows you to work in that space, so you can build one-to-one in your space, which is really, really nice. So yeah. Going back to the Quest 2 then, I've been using this headset since it come out and since before the Quest Pro almost daily, and it's a great headset, and it'll do most of what you need. If you already have a gaming PC or laptop, both of these standalone headsets you can either plug in directly or even use wirelessly. If you've got a decent 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi network, you can actually wirelessly stream the VR content from the PC to the headset, which is really, really nice. So if you want increased quality and nicer shadows in Gravity Sketch, you can do it that way. And also you can screen record directly on the desktop, or or you can just record within headset as well. That's not a problem. And it's been a great headset. It doesn't have color pass-through, so a color camera. It has black and white camera feed, but you can still use that if you wish, which is good. And it'll do really, really well. If, for instance, you wanted to wait a little while, I believe the Quest 3 is due to release this year. Around September time, I think, is the projected date. I might be wrong on that. That might change or might get pushed back. But if you are interested in getting a newer headset, maybe paying a little more than $300, then getting that new headset, obviously it's going to have a better screen, a better pixel density, so that you'll actually get a better resolution, better picture, better quality. It's probably going to have better battery life, smaller form factor, maybe a bit lighter on your face. So it's going to be a much more comfortable experience. So that's an option. The Quest 3 is an option for you guys. And then also this will go down in price. The Quest 2 will go down in price when the Quest 3 comes out. So again, if you're wanting to use VR on a budget, that's going to be your cheapest option to be able to get into this space and using these amazing tools, software and processes that I'm going to cover today, also with all the tips and tricks. So also with this Quest 2 headset, you can pay for an additional Elite head strap, which has a battery pack on the back, which is this white curved headpiece at the back where the dial is. That gives you an extra 2 hours of battery life, which is great and it is useful. If you're going to do long VR gaming sessions or long Gravity Sketch sculpture sessions, this is much more comfortable. It's got a really nice crown support and then the strap over the top. And yeah, really, really useful bit of kit if you guys are going to think you're going to be using VR for a long time, or you've started, you may have already started your VR journey and going to want to spend a bit more time in there. And this is the microphone that I'm going to be using today. Plugs into the PC with this guy, and it is entirely wireless. Nice, neat bit of kit just to make the process a little nicer. So jumping in then, MidJourney. So you guys have probably heard about it. It's been around for, well, quite a while now, maybe 7 or 8 months. It's not really that long, but in AI terms, it's been around quite a while. And it's now currently up to version 5 with version 6 on the way. Now, if you are completely new to MidJourney, or you've only just heard about it and never tried it yourself, you will need Discord. So the main platform, Discord, is a really good chat, basically an online chat system that has different servers for different either companies or collections of people or groups of people to discuss. And essentially they built on this infrastructure, and it's really useful bit of kit, because you can just download an app on your phone and you can essentially use MidJourney on your phone on the go, which I've done. And it's nice not to be tied to a laptop or anything, to be able to start to iterate different images. Quick question about the performance-wise about the headset. Is it better than linking the gaming PC for the extra battery? The extra battery doesn't affect performance in any way. So the performance is exactly the same with this headset. What you can't do with this headset is this port where the headset connects into is where you will be plugging in your gaming PC if you're using the wired connection. What you can't do is you can't plug it into the back and expect the VR from the PC to go into the back of the headset. This is only for charging. So if for whatever reason you wanted to be in VR for a very long time, you can have this setup plug. You can just plug in a charger at the back, and then you can keep going. So yes, you can do that. And if you have the 5 gigahertz network and sort of like a separate router, then yes, you can do it wirelessly, and then you get 4 hours of battery life. So the Quest 2 has about 2 hours. With the Elite head strap, that's an extra 2 hours, so 4 hours in total. So yeah, So that covers that. And then, so for today, I'm going to show you MidJourney, but Felipe, you got a question about using others. So you can use, there are other tools out there like Leonardo or DALL-E 2 or Stable Diffusion. If you guys can use whatever AI image generation, text to image generation tool you like. This is just showing you my preferred tool. I've used a number of them over the last 6-7 months and got really different results. So it all depends on what their data set was trained on and what parameters they have adjusted. So I actually prefer MidJourney. I think it gives a much more coherent and much more visually interesting result than, say, DALL-E 2, for example. And I do like DALL-E 2 for some things, but for what I use it for and to actually just iterate design options, I prefer MidJourney. So feel free to follow along and try it. So yeah, you don't have to sign up for a yearly billing just to do this. But yeah, today, if you wanted to use this. If you want to use your own tool, use your own tool. But I'll just be covering this. And just generally, you guys can prompt along with me, with us, as we go through today and have a look at some of my prompts. I'll break down what the structure of the prompts and what prompts have worked for me, going through some of the sort of the best picks and the top ones that have come straight out of the tool. And these things are tools. So yes, you can definitely use your own to bring those into Gravity Sketch and sculpt them there. It's one of those things where you might be out and about, for example, and you take photos of sculptures or a particular scene or a certain structure of a flock of birds, for example, and you might want to take that image, a photograph, into Gravity Sketch and actually use that to sketch over or use as a reference. So yeah, you don't have to use AI tools as inspirational reference imagery. That's entirely up to you. So cool, that's great. Thanks for the questions, guys. Keep them coming. So I pay $30 a month for the standard plan, and the reason why I do that is Discord can be very busy. There's sometimes thousands of people all using the same channels, and I'll show you what a channel looks like. So when you submit a text prompt, it goes away and processes, but sometimes the results can get lost in the entire stream of what's happening. And I'll show you what that looks like and how we get past that. And I personally like to direct message the MidJourney bot in Discord directly, which reduces the noise and just allows me just to see my results, which is much more peaceful and an enjoyable process. So yeah, I've also included a link here. You can share the slide with you, but I definitely recommend after today, if you do want to start using MidJourney, there is a really good documentation page that I'll show you after these slides, just to either get you started, or if you want to start to jump into much more detailed prompting and some really, because it is an art form in itself, being able to articulate exactly what you want to see. And the tools are getting so good that you don't have to be that specific, but the more specific you are, the more accurate of a response that you'll get. And it depends. Some people decide to put in very abstract prompts like lines of poetry just to see what that particular AI model will actually produce. Whereas for me, I've been very specific about what I want to see and actually crafting the prompt to get the output that I want, which is a lot more sculptural, architectural, more sort of sometimes industrial. So yeah, let's jump in. So that's just going to show you one piece and a fairly medium-sized text prompt, for example, and see what we get. So on the left we have the prompt, and on the right we have the output image. Okay. So I asked MidJourney, I said, I want 2 tool-twisted sculptures depicted as holograms. Inspired by organic hard surface forms, carved parametric outer surface details, internal glow, holographic, on display in a city at night, multiple parts, beautifully lit, realistic light rays, and then trending on ArtStation has always been a really interesting, gives really interesting results, especially when we were looking at version 2 and version 3 previously. High quality, 8K, and then the last things after the dashes are specific parameters or requests within MidJourney. So uplight means that it upscales it in a lighter fashion, which means it'll be less intricate and less detailed. And I find that this works really well. You can see the resulting image is very detailed, but I wanted the primary forms to be smoother and lighter. So I used uplight. Q stands for quality, and the 2 after it means that it's quality 2 as opposed to the standard 1. So twice the quality, and this is where we started to get back the detail where I specifically wanted it. The AR stands for aspect ratio, and I wanted, this is a 2:3 image, so it's 2 along the top and 3 down the side. You can do an aspect ratio of 9:16, which is the standard vertical Instagram Reels format, or you want 16:9, which is a widescreen film format. And then you can actually specify the version of MidJourney. So you can say --V, and at the moment this was a V4 image that it was using that model to produce this image. I've done a comparison further on of V4 versus V5, because at the beginning, when we're setting up this course, V4 was was the latest, and then since then version 5 has come out and again improved a lot more on a number of things. So yeah, so let's actually break down why I use this prompt, how is it structured, and let's have a look at a different particular result with this. Okay. So I've started to split this out into 4 sections, and this is the result of the image on the right of this particular prompt. Now, this is much more sculptural, much more like a physical object that you might find in an art gallery or a museum. It's got really nice reflections on the base. You can see there are clear forms here, and it just looks really, really nice, blending the deep blues and the bronze or the gold through there. So let's read through what I put in. So I asked for oscillating, billowing, twisting, vertical, hard surface, biomechanical, 3D minimal sculpture with flowing surface details. Very detailed, very specific, and I actually reran this prompt several times just to get different results, because we're only using a text prompt. We'll be adding images later into the mix alongside a prompt to get results. This here, yeah, every time you run it, you're going to get a different result because it randomizes what's called the seed each time. Okay, you can actually lock the seed. You can rerun the same seed so that you can start to get a bit more consistency. And that's something that we can look at afterwards. But we've got some really nice shadows in here, and it's just a beautiful piece. And it's grounded in reality. It looks like it's got a heavy base, and it looks like it could stand there on its own quite happily. So let's break this down a bit more. So continuing on, I then specify, and I say, made of glowing blue sapphires, white marble, and dry ice. Smoke, subtle brass details, internal blue glow. Sculpture on display, full view, beautifully lit, realistic, trending on ArtStation, high quality light ray, sunlight, 8K, etc. And that's what we got. Pretty much first time, loved it, saved it, sorted. So the first part, and the reason why I've split this way is, the first part, I want a full, I'm giving it a detailed description of the object that I want to see, okay? I'm not going to go too much into how these AI models work or how diffusion works, but yes, essentially, we'll just call it magic for now, and we'll cover that another time. So this is the object description, describing what it is that we want. I'm using as many adjectives and in there, and even verbs to describe what it is that I want to see. I then go into detail about the material and the surface finish and describing what it is that I want that to work. And this is just how my mind works. This is just how, through many prompts, just refining what really works for me and what was really worked well for me. So the next part is then about lighting and the background description. So it's really important, the more you give MidJourney or these text to image generators, the more you'll get back, the more descriptive you are. Now, that works up until a certain point where you give it too much and it struggles to create something coherent. So again, don't go crazy, but what we've got here is a good medium to large prompt size. So I just decided to say that it's a sculpture on display. It's a full view so that it's not too large and the image isn't cropped. Beautifully lit also works really well, and it gets really nice softer shadows sometimes, realistic lighting, and then sunlight as well, just so that we've got basically multiple points of light to help inform the surface finish materials. And then specifically those details, the version and the aspect ratio that we mentioned previously. So that's typically how I break down my prompts, how I approach prompt writing, and essentially the sky's the limit for what you want to actually produce and what you can describe. But it's, if you know in your head or your mind's eye what you want to produce, if you use this kind of structure, the chances of you getting what you want are definitely increased. So that's just text to image, and those are the results we've got. So now this is kind of shifting things up a gear, and we are using a text prompt plus an image, and then this was the result that I've got. Okay, you can add multiple images, which we'll see shortly. And let's have a look and see what this prompt was. So this was a hard surface biomechanical 3D, basically sculptural with flowing surface details, made of glowing emeralds, white marble, matte black rubber, subtle brass details. So I've added more materials in the mix here. So we've got now 4 materials visible, which is really nice. In a hanger, it hasn't shown me a hanger, but it's just a kind of lighting, playing around with different places, whether it's a sculpture garden, a hanger, a grand hall, or studio lighting will give you vastly different results. I think it's really useful to swap those certain words out to see what you get. So instead of glowing blue sapphires like we saw previously, I've gone for glowing emeralds. So we get a different aesthetic there. Again, full view, beautifully lit, realistic, trending on ArtStation, high quality light rays, sunlight, etc. There are no light rays specifically in this, and sometimes you won't get what you want, and sometimes you have to run it again. I mean, I didn't ask for any particular rocks. This is just something and rugged details that they have that is put in there as part of its sort of collaging process, if you will. And so you add the image, an image link, and then follow it with a prompt. And this was the image that I used. Now, this is actually a MidJourney V4 output. So I'm feeding that MidJourney result back into MidJourney. And I really like this image. I think out of all the images, and I've done over 11,000 MidJourney images alone, just on MidJourney over the last 5 months or so. And this is definitely, for me, the best results in terms of the form. It's cropped. The lighting's not incredible, but I really like the forms. I really like the materiality, the surface finish, the way that it sweeps and flows. And I actually generated this image using this method of submitting an image and then a prompt to get this result. So you're compounding that detail on detail, and it's actually starting to reuse certain parts of it. So you'll see here that this image, you'll see that large sweeping curve on the right there. And you can see that that's actually been maintained and utilized within this generation on the right. So, and you can see that that line actually continues down here and down there. But this particular generation, it's put it in the back and actually put elements in front of it. So that's really interesting. And you can see here that just because there are spherical elements here doesn't mean there are any spherical elements there. So certain areas essentially get masked and used and others don't. And then, you know, it's coming up with these kinds of lines here that have absolutely nothing to do with it. You could say that it's sort of taking this and going head on, because we've kind of got a similar cutout in the top there, which is really interesting. So yeah, just start putting in some prompts. I mean, if you guys, whilst this is happening, want to start using some of my prompts and put them in with your own images, feel free, go ahead and start doing that in the background. Would love to see at the end what you guys produce with MidJourney or your tools. You know, that'd be really cool to see some of those. Feel free to tag me in social media or whatever. So yes, so now you can see here, all I've done is swapped out 1 or 2 words, okay, using the same reference image, okay, adjusted the prompt ever so slightly, so it's made of glowing blue sapphires instead of glowing emeralds. What else changed? Yeah. I then changed dry ice and smoke. I've actually included that to get more swirling, billowing kind of frozen metallic smoke, if you will, and then remove the rubber aspects. We've only got 3 materials, which I think actually looks really quite nice. And then again, very similar, but we've got internal blue glow happening here, which is producing that nicely. And then the rest of the prompt is exactly the same. And here we're getting some really nice folds in the sculpture. We've got really nice soft white forms where the white marble is coming in. And it's just playing around, starting with a few words in your prompt and just expand on it, see what results come out, see what you like, and then tweak the prompt to kind of train, in inverted commas, the AI to produce for you what it is that you want. So I really like this piece. I will probably go back and sculpt this in VR. And then you can probably take that result and 3D print it, for example, and start to spray paint it and actually produce, you know, an actual physical model from this AI inspiration, because this is a really lovely piece. So yeah, image and prompts, really nice. So one of the images that we'll actually be looking at today in detail is this one here. Okay, so this one I actually asked for a 3D sculptural bust. Again, we wanted those flowing surface details that come up in the gold. White plastic panels. So this is where we're getting this really nice reflective white shine here. So there's no particular marble in here, even though we're getting some sort of nice marbling effects in there, and that's coming from the image itself. And then again, in a hanger, full view, etc. So what MidJourney is actually doing here is it's taking this image that you're inputting and basically drawing along those lines. It's taking those images and the shapes, the forms, the lines, the contrast, and actually using it as a reference during that generational process. So you can see here we've got 2 spherical objects. They're here and here. Yes, they're out of focus, so there's like a depth of field effect, and these look like smoke elements in the back, but we've got 2 circular objects in a similar location. This piece is predominantly dark at the bottom, and you can see that that's definitely come across here. And in this particular neck area, if this was a creature or something, you can see that we've got a lot of striations and visual detail here that has come across and actually been reformed here, which is nice. And these little gold flicks become these edges. So you can kind of see where it's drawing the inspiration from this particular image. And so we actually will be using this in Gravity Sketch today. and actually building upon this. And this is going to be the object to model. And the reason why is because this is a really nice mix of what I was trying to achieve. I wanted some hard surface structures in here, some really nice pinched edges and hard surface forms, in form of the helmet and the white plastic. But I also wanted nice flowing organic, almost sort of like flame or smoke simulation kind of structures and forms and carvings into this particular sculpture or this piece that I was trying to come up with. So we're gonna run with this because it ticks all the boxes for me. I've visually never seen something like this that had inspired me like that. So it was really nice when this popped up, and it feels like magic when you're using these tools. You're submitting a request. It feels like you've got an entire studio of people going away and working on these 4 images that it then produces to you. So yeah, we'll jump into MidJourney very shortly and start to run some of these prompts and start to play around with a few things. And then, so going into the details, now I use a tool so version 5 has a really good upscaling algorithm anyway. It's much more detailed when it comes out. It's much higher resolution, the images that it gives you in using version 5. Version 4 is quicker because it's not as detailed. So I was using native upscaling tools to help increase the resolution of the image after the fact. So this is an upscaled image. I'll show you a good comparison shortly, but then this is the upscaled image, but you can see we can actually zoom in and actually start to look at some of these details and actually start to analyze what the AI has produced and start to use this as inspiration. So I don't recommend, especially for commercial purposes, using something like MidJourney and just taking the image and then running with it. I personally take all of these images as inspiration, personal inspiration, and to go ahead and start to model things from these inspirational images. I don't think this is a finished work of art. I think it's incredible what it's produced, and graphically and artistically looks amazing. But some of these little parts that are just sort of sticking out, I feel like I co-authored this with the AI. But at the same time, if someone else uses the exact same prompt and the exact same seed, they will get the same result. So you are just essentially selecting an intersection, a 3D intersection on a matrix, in orders of magnitude. So yes, be inspired, produce as many images as you wish, and start to sort of include them in mood boards for inspiration, but don't just sort of take these images and run with them commercially. So now we're starting to get in a little bit more detailed. So the prompt's getting a little bit bigger. We're now using 2 images, which starts to really play a bit more and dive a bit deeper. So the image on the right is the result of these 2 images and then the prompt. And you can see here, I did this on my phone. I took 2 previous version 3. Yeah, I think these were version 3 outputs, and then basically cut them out because I wanted lighter backgrounds. Just did it on an app on my phone. And then you can upload those images to Discord and include those links into the prompt. So you can see here we've got lots of sort of cloth billowing and folding into this nice form. And you can actually see that the form is fairly similar in structure, and they actually came from the same image prompt previously. So multiple iterations and generations of these images that are all feeding together. And again, I wanted more hard surface biomechanical sculptures, flowing surface details. And I said on display in a landscaped sculpture park. So this then actually impacts the lighting. We've got shadows on the ground. We've got really nice highlights from the sun, beautifully lit, etc. And this is the result here. So this looks like it's cast out of metal, and you could actually probably sculpt that in clay and then in wax, and then do a natural bronze casting of something like this. It'll have its complications, but really nice result here. And you can see that none of the actual color really came through, but some of the forms definitely did. Now, when you're using two images, the first image will definitely take precedence and actually be stronger and have a stronger visual impact than the second. So just play around. I like to swap those images, those links around in the prompt and see what kind of different results you get. And they'll be vastly different. So really interesting to start to play around with those. So if you feel bold, then do jump in to start to do this if you're already familiar with MidJourney. Okay, so I mentioned earlier, difference between V4 and V5. Let's have a quick look. So everything on the left is what you've already seen. And then we have in the same order, everything on the right is actually the V5 equivalent. So taking the same prompts and the same images into the prompt, and you can see the vastly different responses. So this has actually got a very more detailed mask, very sort of hard surface, almost predator-like. The lighting's much more dramatic. There's a lot darker shadows. And it's just really interesting the kind of result we've got here. Again, then on the right, we've got, again, more sculptures and yeah, more of a nighttime scene in the background. Not too much difference here, but I think the visual quality is improved. It's a lot more detailed. This guy on the right, less symmetrical or no central focus on this one. And same with the next one there. This almost looks like it's a side view as opposed to head on. And we can see that it's a lot more fluid. We've got a lot less structure here, a lot less hard surface, but again, really nice and really inspirational. This one looks like it's flowing and actually part of like a simulation that's frozen. And then again, on the right, you can see it's definitely a lot more alien, a lot more organic, less hard surface. And it's kind of just maintained more of a plasticky feel on the material overall. So it's entirely up to you. I would recommend jumping between V4 and V5, put in the same prompts and see what V5 gives you. As mentioned before, you can just change the end here. You can put dash dash V4 or dash dash V5, V space 5 to jump between those and see what kind of results you get. And here's just a nice close-up for you guys to see the difference there. So yeah, entirely up to you what you want to play around with, what inspires you the most. I mean, this is going to take a long time to model anyone, just because of the amount of detail. And I would use a mixture of these tools, Gravity Sketch for the larger sweeping forms, and then maybe some substance modeler to start carving into the mass of this form and this structure, to get these nice details and carved striations. So yeah, really nice. So if you guys have already started using MidJourney and you really want to start playing around with prompt weighting or multi-prompts, this is a really good example of how you can start to basically tell the AI to lean more into different things. So if you just put in hot dog, you're going to get everything that you see on the left as a result, because it takes that word as a single thought, as it says there. However, if you wanted an actual dog that's hot, what you would do is you would add these two colons here. And what that does after the word hot, and that'll actually weigh it towards the hot as opposed to weighing it as a hot dog. So it's emphasizing more on a dog that is hot instead of the food. So really interesting to actually start to play around with that, and you can see how different the images are. So if I wanted to go back, I can start to weigh more on the hard surface as opposed to the biomechanical side of things, if I wished. A dog that is hot, yes. This guy's actually steaming. So yeah, definitely in terms of temperature. So we'll be jumping into Gravity Sketch and actually starting to look at the different ways of pulling the vertices around and actually starting to model. And then later we'll be coming on to landing pad, on how to import your images into landing pad. And this allows you to pull down images from the cloud, from landing pad within Gravity Sketch. So you can go from MidJourney, you can do this on your phone, you can do MidJourney on your phone, upload to landing pad, on your phone and then jump into VR with your headset and then pull those images down. And again, all standalone, you don't need a headset for that, which is great. And then later, you guys will love this. This is for you that don't know what UV unwrapping is. We'll be doing a bit of that in Blender, and this is the best way to describe UV mapping and actually putting in textures on a flat surface that then gets wrapped around our geometry that we're modeling today. So it's also interesting that you have to be mindful of how you're modeling and what that geometry looks like so that you can UV unwrap it nicely and add really nice crisp seams to fill that space and get as much detail in as possible. Okay, so let's jump into MidJourney really quick then and have a look. We'll jump into Discord, have a look at MidJourney, and yeah, we'll go from there. So mentioned earlier about the documentation. Here it is, docs.midjourney.com. Expand, get started, go into quick start, and this gives you a really nice guide. So I'm actually going to stick that in the chat for you. So you guys have that, open that, bookmark it, save it for later. And this will actually give you, if you don't have Discord and you don't want to set that up now, we're not going to go through how to set up Discord now. You can go ahead and do that in your own time, or following the recording, you can hit that link. So you set up, you go to MidJourney, you join the beta, you go to Discord, and then essentially you go to this is the MidJourney icon, and you go to the newcomer rooms, you click one of these channels, the hashtag means it's a channel, click one of the channels or rooms, and then you just start talking to MidJourney. You type in /imagine, and then you put in your prompt. All you do is then you hit enter, it sends the command, and then what that'll do is that will return a grid of 4 images, okay? And then that'll actually process like that in the background, or you'll see that in sections. And then what you need to do from there is, oh, it's giving me 4 images, great. You can save that grid of 4 as one single image if you wish. However, there are a couple of different options on how to extract one image, how to upscale it to make it bigger. And then basically you get 4 options underneath that grid of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, going from left to right, top to bottom. If you click this U1, that will upscale number 1. U2 upscales number 2, so on and so forth. If you want to see variations, so you're basically telling MidJourney to go away and do 4 different versions based on one of these 4, you just have to click V1 to do variations of 1, V2 to do variations of 2, so on and so forth. Or you can just hit the refresh button and that'll rerun your prompt and give you a different seed and therefore different results. Once you click upscale, it'll actually give you it'll hand you the image like this. You can start making variations from it. You can upscale it. You can redo different upscale versions. So yeah, there's lots of options and emoji things, and you can just right click and save that image, or go in and save it. And then that's kind of it for just the text generation side of things. And then I'll also then show you then the multi-prompt side of things. So this, again, for the advanced users, or if you've already used MidJourney already, how to start to weigh these kinds of things. So again, another good example here about cupcake illustrations. We wanted to focus more on the cup. So it actually put a cake in a cup in some things there. Good question, Adrian. Is there a prompt to zoom in or out? The answer to that is no. So you have to tell MidJourney or the AI to line up the shot, essentially, or do a full view, or if you pick a certain lens, like a wide angle lens, that'll give you a more of a wide angle shot. Sometimes it doesn't quite give you the results, so do play around with that. So yeah, okay, cool. It is a pain. Now, when you're using DALL-E 2, even the first version or the non-experimental version, it is difficult, I find, to actually get everything you need there. And the way that works is you can do a thing called out painting, which allows you to then generate different squares around what you've produced, and it's less coherent and a bit of a pain, but yeah, it's getting better to actually get what you want for this here. So going back to the hot dog example, you can actually, this is a really hot dog, on fire lava dog, and then you can actually, after the colon, add numbers. It works, they're normalized, so it works like a ratio. So adding 2 or 1 off on the hot of the dog is the same as doing like, you know, yeah, like 100 or 0. So, and then there's lots of options. So this documentation is great. So come into here, start playing around with things. There's loads of options. There's a blend tool as well, which is really nice. So you just put in /blend. Yeah. So yeah. So there's the link for the documentation. And yeah, so blend is really nice. There's also remix. There's tons of stuff. We could do a whole session on how to do this. So yeah, there's tons and tons of stuff in here. So if you feel like you're reaching a wall with MidJourney, then definitely dive in, have a look at the documentation, see what else is there, because there's tons to cover. Cool. So let me open up MidJourney and we'll go in and have a little look. So what's really nice is MidJourney has its own website. So after you've done all the work in Discord, you can actually come to this website, log in, and actually see all of your work. And there's an archive feature. You can vote for them, and it's really nice that you've got basically a portfolio website as part of the subscription, all included, which is really nice, and really a really nice plus, because it does get a bit hectic in Discord. So here it is. We're in Discord, and we're in the MidJourney channel, which is this guy here. Ignore me, I've got lots of different channels. And then MidJourney looks like this. We scroll down, there's lots happening here, and this is all public, so apologies if something strange comes up. But if we go to one of the newbies, the newcomer rooms, as per the documentation, you can see some of the results some people are getting. Okay, so you can see that these are all free for the taking, in the sense of it's a very collaborative approach. You can just copy this prompt if you wish, and start to run it yourself or tweak it. And you can see here that this is a very complex prompt, very long, but look at the results. And that's just incredible. You can actually click the link just above this point to go back to the results that this person received. So you can see their very specific prompts gave very specific results, but those results are all very similar. So what they've done is they've upscaled number 1, and then that was the result that we saw there. And you can see if I jump all the way to the present, all of this is happening in real time, and it's all popping up. But you can just see the visual quality of this is just amazing. Like there's mist and there's fur, volumetric fog, shadows, the child was backlit. You can see this is what it looks like when it's loading. You can see the percentage here of it loading. So it's an incredibly powerful tool. You can ask it to produce anything that you can imagine. And this is what we're getting. I mean, this is changing the future of, you know, stock photography, for example, or anyone in the creative industry for 2D graphics, or just mood boards for 3D. So yeah, really fascinating stuff. And then in terms of actually, if you get the paid subscription, you get faster times, but you go to direct messages, and here's that MidJourney bot. And so you don't have all of the noise. Each of these are my generations. And this is something I was testing with some water and some lighting. And yeah, you can just scroll through and see what you've got. So for here, this is something I ran earlier, just playing around and seeing what kind of results I got. I quite like this spherical guy. Kind of looks like a certain procedurally generated orb thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to upscale this guy. Looks really cool. And that is actually sent the request, and that's going away. And that is going to be upscaling that particular image. And there we go. So you click on it, you can see the image here. You can either open it in a new tab or just click open with browser. And there we go. We can zoom in and you can see the kind of quality. So it's kind of like an alien has taken over a basketball, liquid acrylic paint kind of thing. But you can right click and you go save image as, and we can just kind of save that to your desktop. And there you go. There's the image. Bring it up there. And you can see that if I actually zoom in, that it starts to pixelate fairly quickly. Although it's much better than V4. Yeah, if you really want to study an image, what I use is a program called Chainer. Now, free to download. You can download your own upscaling models, but basically you feed in the image, it'll scale it up and spit out then the high-res image. So here's an example of the difference. So let's take this image that we're going to be looking at today. Chainer finishes and gets out of the way. But if I start to zoom in here, you can see it start to actually pixelate quite quickly, quite soon. But then here is the upscaled version here. So as I start to zoom in, you can see that it's still crisp. There's very little pixelation or aliasing, but you can get so far into it that you do start to see some sort of JPEG pixelation and aliasing there. So much nicer. You can maybe even like print this if you wish, but again, you can actually start to see that the AI is just adding these lines. It's just painting lights and darks. It seems like a sort of impressionist painting the closer you get to it, all to trick us into thinking that this is a full 3D rendered lit sculpture that we have here. So really great bit of kit. This is Chainer. I'll just bring it out here. And then what you do is you basically drag these boxes out and these nodes, and then essentially you can piece together a particular graph that looks like this. And this is your input image. This is the model. This is 4x ultra sharp Python model. Put it all in. This is then the output directory. So you put in your image, tell it where you want it to go, and then click run, and this will all run locally, which is really, really nice. So again, free. You don't have to pay for expensive tools. You can just come in and then run it. And if you really want, you can even do a folder batch job. If anyone wants these, I can send you these. That's not a problem. You basically give it a folder, tell where you want it to go, and it'll just run through all of these in the folder one by one until they're all done. So you can leave this running overnight, for example. So really useful tip and tool. But the outputs may be a little bit too big for Gravity Sketch. Sometimes it's nice to have it in there, but if you're on the standalone headset, I was having some issues the other day where Gravity Sketch just couldn't take the size of the image. So use it sparingly and have a look and see what you can do. So if you have a V4 image that you upscale, that will go into MidJourney nicely. But because the V5 ones are slightly bigger in resolution when they come out of the text-to-image generator, yeah, they're going to be bigger once upscaled, even more so. Okay, so that is Chainer, really nice tool. And yeah, so what we're going to do is I'll show you landing pad where we put these images, not this one, the original, which is pixelated, but we'll still use it anyway because we want that as a reference in Gravity Sketch. And then we're going to start modeling this beautiful piece and make it realistic. Cool. Thank you very much, Walter, for the link in the chat. I appreciate the support. So this is the image. Let's go to landing pad. So we've done Discord. We've gone to MidJourney, the website, which is really nice. So this is just looking at some previous results that I've had. which is really nice, just being able to play around with things. Like, look at the detail on that. I mean, to actually sit and draw that or to sculpt that will take some time. So definitely iterate as much as you can here, come up with some really nice ideas, and then decide to sculpt your favorites, because depending on how much time you want to spend, any Star Wars Mandalorian fans, this was just an experiment, wanted to see what it looked like, and now I want one. So yes, yeah, and then these are some of the more recent sculptures that I've been playing around with. Absolutely love this. It's definitely going to be a future VR project. You know, it looks like a fluid simulation or particle simulation with the gold. Absolutely gorgeous. And as you can see, I went through several iterations to get nice backgrounds, different iterations. Yeah, really, really nice. And you can scroll down, you can see what the parent was, you can see what the image prompt was. So again, this is a previous version of MidJourney. I think this is again V3 or V2. And you can see how it's changed. The results have changed. So really, really nice. And yeah, so you can also come here and you can also go to the Explore tab. You can see 11,406 jobs and counting. You can go to the Explore tab and you can see what MidJourney is capable of. Now, as I said, you can use any AI tool you wish, but just look at these results. Absolutely incredible what people are producing with these tools. You know, commercially speaking, you know, you can put any logo on that particular image. You know, there's illustrated styles, you can have oil paintings, you can have interior photography. It's been trained on 5 billion images, something like that. Yeah, and you can just ask, you can ask it to make anything. So yeah, this is just inspiration for you guys, just to show you that the tool is absolutely incredible. So yeah, feel free to jump in, but beware, it is very addictive, because it's just like magic. You're sending, it seems like you're sending a team off and they come back with all these amazing results, but you can just hit re-roll, almost slot machine vibes, if you like, but it's just pure magic on tap. So yes, enjoy, be inspired, but also be careful. So landingpad.me, let's get rid of this, I'll give you that, stick that in the chat. This is the place where we're going to be putting, or if you guys are going to start sculpting after this session or later in Gravity Sketch, this is where we're going to be uploading the images. So you can basically drag and drop into landing pad. We've got my files, a reference library as well. So there's different files here in Gravity Sketch. There's reference images in here as well, different textures, different brushes and effects and things, which are amazing, which we'll jump into. You can upload 3D models to here and bring them in. Depending if you're on a VR, if you're on a standalone VR headset, don't bring in anything too heavy, try and keep it light as a reference to model over or to remodel in Gravity Sketch if you've received like a specific model. And then essentially you just go to My Files, hit the plus, and then you can upload a file, and then just off you go. Click what you want, and then it'll upload, and it's here. So I've uploaded the original and the high-res one. As I said, I've got a couple of different options. And here is what I made earlier. So this was a test that I did previously, and what we'll be sort of using as a reference and showing you how I've sculpted that shortly. And then we've also, from the results, you can also download the models from the landing pad as well. So once you've finished in Gravity Sketch, you can save the model, you can export the model to landing pad, download those, and so that you can actually open those in something like Blender. So here's one I made earlier, and this is what we're going to be using today. Oh, sorry, this is what we're going to be producing today. And you can see, if I go in, you can see the kind of geometry that we've got. And I'm going to go through and show you how all of the different tools we can use to produce this. Okay, and then from here, after we've UV unwrapped, so done the Father Christmas chocolate to each of the models and assigned materials, then we'll be taking it to Substance Painter, and then this is the result. So from an image to an actual 3D model that we can actually look around. We've got dynamic lighting, they've got textures, materials, and you can actually see here that it's not great sculpted details, but you can actually see that I've engraved and cut divots and sculpted into this actual the gold piece on the side to actually add those extra details. So you can spend a lot of time going in and carving all these lovely details, but just to show you guys the process of, we'll model it, the low poly version in Gravity Sketch, take it into Substance Modeler, and then actually sculpt the details, export that, and then bring it all into Substance to get some really nice items here. So yeah, it's and then obviously you can do some crazy moves. You know, no one knows what it actually looks like on the back, and you can see that I didn't finish it, but this is the beauty of, you know, taking this asset into any software of choice or engine of choice. You know, this could be the start of a full body avatar, for example, or you could rig it so that you can actually wear the mask. You could optimize the geometry so it can be an Instagram filter that you can actually wear for live sessions or calls or whatever, for people to try on. So you can go from idea to Gravity Sketch to Instagram filter in just a few hours once you know the tools and have been using them for a little while. And it's just an incredible tool to come in. We'll be jumping later, but I just want to show you how cool Substance Painter is. So it'll actually come in, and once you process it, you can actually start to bake all these gorgeous shadows in. Actually analyze the mesh and then produce all these lovely AO shadows, ambient occlusion shadows. Also does curvature as well, so you can use this curvature map to start to alter the color. You've got position, and then just like a thickness analysis as well. So yeah, really, really powerful. And then you can extract different, just the color channels, just metallic, just roughness, normal maps. Yeah, so incredible. And you can just export all of these as JPEGs, as textures, to then apply to your model in Blender and export from there, or you can even export it from here. So I'm going to close that for now. A little save. And I'm actually going to jump into Gravity Sketch and actually show you, I won't show you all of the tools. We don't have time to deep dive into all of the tools. I'm basically just going to go in, show you some of the basic tools quickly. There's some amazing tutorials on Gravity Sketch within Gravity Sketch itself, loads on YouTube, and same with Substance Painter. I'll show you the key parts of the workflow, and what you need to know, and where you need to sort of click to start to process your model and start to actually achieve this and start to work with these kinds of this mesh, this geometry, and actually start to utilize it. So from idea to a usable product. Okay, so you're going to have to bear with me just a minute. I'm going to take the glasses off, put the headset on, start Gravity Sketch up, and set up the camera and the scene. So that'll take a minute or two. If you guys have got any questions, feel free to throw them into the Q&A whilst I get set up. Okay, let's go for it. So switching the mic on. Right, so whilst I'm in headset, so if you see me tilting up like this, it means I can still see you with the headset on. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to be able to see my second screen, so I'll still be able to see the Q&A chat, etc. whilst I'm in VR as well, which is a really, really nice feature. So what I'm going to do is just magnetically attach the mic. And in position. Okay. Okay. Right. Can you can someone give me a thumbs up if that audio is okay in the chat for me? Okay, amazing. Thank you. Okay, great. So now I can move around and not have to shout from a distance, which is always good. Okay, there's that. All right. Let's jump back. Get set up here. Okay. Let's grab the sketch. So it's always good to put the wrist straps on. Good practice. Just even if you are a well-seasoned VR user, you never know. You don't want to start throwing these controls around and break a screen or something. So yeah, it'd be really interesting actually if you guys can put in the chat if you guys have ever used Gravity Sketch before. Just do a little roll call of who's used it. It'd be really interesting to know. Hey. No, yes, yes. Student ambassador program last year. Amazing. Prep for the class. Great. That's really nice to hear, everyone. Okay, cool. So every time I look up this way, I'll be able to see your questions and everything. Do you read? Yeah, I can read these questions directly in here, and I can even click and interact with the screen as if it's a mouse, which is amazing. Okay, headset's coming Wednesday. Amazing. Great. Okay, cool. So let's jump in. I'm also going to set my other monitor up on the other side as well. Cool. And then I'll be sharing my screen. That'll come up shortly. Okay. New scene. Okay, right. So apologies. It's going to be a little shaky just for 2 minutes whilst I. So when you're on desktop, okay, you have the option to with Gravity Sketch to actually change here. So this is how I'm going to be setting it up for today. You can have smooth head camera, which actually, as you can see, looks really quite nice from my perspective. Or you can hide the UI or an external camera. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I set it to external camera, and you can see that this is a camera in space, but it's way over there. So you have to use the keyboard to bring it towards you, click resume. And then now in Gravity Sketch, what I can do is I can actually grab this camera with my hand and actually move it into space. So I'm just going to pop that camera like above my head. Okay, we're just going to do something like this and then bring up the scene. Okay, so is that all looking all right for everyone? Okay, great. Cool. So I won't stand up, but that camera is there. We're still sharing. Okay, great. So first of all, what you see here, as I go through some of the basics really quickly, but otherwise we'll jump into tips and tricks and techniques before not too long. So just line that up with the red line. Cool. So you can see here we have our axes. We've got our X, Y, and Z axis indicated by the green, red, and blue lines we have here. And these are my controllers, and this is what I see and what you guys will be seeing in Gravity Sketch. Okay, I'm going to tilt you down just a little bit. You up with me? Cool. All right, just so that we've got, it's not too much. Okay, so we have our drawing hand. For me, by default, it's the right hand. So I'll be calling that the dominant on the drawing hand. And then we have the non-drawing hand on the left. So if for whatever reason, first things first, if you guys are left-handed, you can go into the settings and change it. But a really nice mechanic is you just basically take your controllers end to end and just bump them together. And that'll now do left-handed, which is really, really nice mechanic. And you do the same. You do the same to switch it back. There we go. Cool. So on your drawing hand, you'll see a little bit of clay or geometry or a sphere on the end. And you can essentially, this is what you draw with. And you just use the trigger on your drawing hand, like so. Okay. And that will, if you hold that and just move your hand through space, you'll just start drawing. Okay. Really nice. And just that is now just a 3D object or several 3D objects within that space. So what I'm going to do is you also have a grab sphere, which you saw there. You can push up on the joystick to increase the size of it. It'll go red once it's intersecting with something. And then you can use the grip button, which is this button here, flashing in purple, to grab an object. And whilst you're holding down that grip button, you are then able to move it wherever you wish within 3D space. Okay. Once you're grabbing something, you can also hit the red button to delete it. So I'll do that with these objects here. And yeah, really, really nice. Now with your non-drawing hand, you see you've got a blue button and we've got a purple button. Blue button brings up a menu, and that's completely tied to your hand, which is really, really nice. There's save, export settings, leave, and lots of other settings within here that I'm not going to go into too much detail. And then we can do all sorts here. But the other thing on this hand as well is the purple button with all the tools. Now, this UI may change over time, just because there is talk of there is a beta version that is now public that Gravity Sketch has released, and they are trying to condense this down and make the menus darker and smaller. So it might look slightly different in the future, but fundamentally it should all be the same, and all of these tools will just be compact or condensed. The other option, you also got a trigger on your non-drawing hand and then a grip button as well. So if you press the grip button on your drawing hand and move around, not much will actually happen. But if you do it on the non-drawing hand, you'll actually hold the entire scene and move the scene wherever you move your hand. Okay, so that's a way of you navigating through the space and around the 3D model just by using your non-drawing hand. If you hold both grip buttons, okay, bring the grip buttons together, hold them both and separate them, you can see that we're actually scaling the scene, and we get a nice bit of haptic feedback there as well. So that's really nice to be able to, you can move the controllers around to rotate and scale the scene, and that's how you move through the space. So fundamentally, that's part of the movement. And then we have the thumbstick on the non-drawing hand. We can actually wind it like a clock forwards and backwards, and you can see that we have an undo and redo feature, all based on that dial, which is really nice. And then the other button that we've not spoken about on the drawing hand is this color wheel. Okay, and you select an object, you grab it, and then you hold the color wheel button, and you can see that we've actually got a color picker. As I move through 3D, if I actually do this at the side slightly, you'll see, let's go more. It is actually a cylinder. Let's try it down here. Yeah, it's facing the camera each time, but it's actually a cylinder that has depth. You can push it and then pull it, and then you can actually specify specific colors, but also we've actually got different materials. So if I select a different color, okay, and all you do is just select what you want and let go of that color button. And then you can change to reflective materials, toon materials. We've got flat. I like clay because you get a little bit of specular highlight and some nice soft shadows. And there we go. We're kind of set up for what we're going to do today. So, okay. I'll go through some of the settings really quickly, and then we will, because there's lots of things to change. So we can set up a mirror plane. We can set up what this thing here is called. This is a stage. So you can see that as I increase the size of the sketch and place objects further out, it gets smaller. So that's a stage floor. Okay. So if we go to hit the blue button on our non-drawing hand, okay, you can see we've got the cogs. Click the cogs, and you can see that we've got some sketching aids here. So we've got mirror, vertical lock, which if you don't have it on, if you're first time in VR and you're struggling, go straight to this setting. Yeah, it's just useful, because when I was scaling and rotating, you would actually be able to tumble the whole scene, and can get quite nauseating or uncomfortable. So yeah, we've also got orient to home. So if you get lost, just hit that button. Find my sketch. If you're in the middle of nowhere or you're lost, you can just do that and it'll find it for you. And then we've also got a 3D grid, which is really useful. We can set up mirror. Smart move I'll cover later, which is really useful. World axis, that's what we've got. Toggle it on and on. You can just click and drag, or just click it. Oh yeah. And then we've got the stage floor that we can switch on and off. Yes, great question, Adrian. I do have a custom HDRI in here, which does affect lighting as well as the image of the background, which we'll cover in just a second. And you can basically download your own online and import your own, which is really, really nice. And I'll show you how it affects things. Go to your preferences. There's loads of options in here. This is where you change the right-handed. You can change your controller visibility, haptics, quality. I keep tooltips on just for you guys. Video tips are useful. So when you start Gravity Sketch for the first time, you will have someone talking to you, one of the developers, and going through the video tutorials, which is really useful. And generally just talking about video tutorials, click here. There is tons, absolutely tons. You click on these and it'll actually start a video for you.
Gravity sketch. Upon entering your sketch.
So really useful. So definitely jump through those. And then there's even interactive tutorials here as well. So you can actually, it loads up a scene and you can actually have a look and see how things are created, because it's an incredible tool. So back to the settings, then we've got workspace where we can set up. If I just draw something in space, we can actually come in here and change the lighting, which is really nice. So you get nice shadows. You only really get these nice shadows and nice ambient occlusion shadows on the desktop version, just to make you guys aware. So let's do some lighting like that, shall we? Or match the scene a bit more, like so. You can then also change here your HDRI. So we can go with just a nice color background, gray room with a grid, warehouse, which is quite nice, which has its own lighting. That's quite useful. I use that quite a lot. And the standard studio. You can also have custom HDRIs in here. So at the moment, that's the one I've got using today. But then I've also got this one, which, as you can see, changes the lighting completely. If you notice here, if I jump back, you see that it changes it completely. So really nice to be able to come in. And on desktop, there is a folder within the Gravity Sketch directory where you can actually just drop your HDRI files directly. And yeah, works great, looks amazing. Here under the star, we have the beta, which has the tool belt, contextual measurements, 3D grids, and then the transparency slider, and even a web browser within here. So you can watch YouTube videos
even on standalone headsets, or if you're wired to the desktop, you can set up a screen up here, which looks nice, and you can have that have a recording playing whilst you're in Gravity Sketch later. So those are the main settings. I'll just set up the mirror plane right now really quickly just by clicking this guy. And then we can't see anything, but you do get a ghost of what it is you're going to be drawing there. So that's really nice. But you can go into here and change the mirror style. And this actually adds a physical plane here, which changes in scale for you. And then, yeah, you even get ones like this. So you can actually see when you pick something up that it is entirely, the other half will be mirrored and adjusted like that. So, I mean, just fundamentally sketching in VR and being able to pick things up, move it around. Whilst you're grabbing an item, as I've just shown there, you can grab an item. Whilst you're grabbing it, hit the trigger button and that'll place another copy. So you can very quickly in 3D just place lots of the same element around, and you can just sketch in 3D. It's incredible. So selecting everything and then hitting the red button on your non-drawing hand will delete everything. And yeah, so let's jump into the tools really quickly. So now we've set up our mirror plane. Okay, I'm just going to visually hide it so that you guys put the world axis back on. That's useful. Just keep it nice and clean. So let's bring in our AI reference image. So I'm just very quickly just going to mark that answer as complete, that question complete. Cool. So what you do is you click down onto reference images. Now, what's also nice about this menu is you can actually, if there's a board around it, if you hover the grip, you can see the grab sphere going purple. You can actually grab it and tear that menu off. Okay. And you can just go place it over there, which is actually really nice. You can continue doing what you need to do and still have a nice menu up here. So what we're going to do is go into the questions workspace folder. That'll say your name. Slide on over. And here we have our image. So we're just going to grab that straight out of the menu. Okay. And then we can grab this and just hit the delete button to remove that and put that back into the space. So now we have this image. Okay. Just like we were scaling the scene, if you grab anything, you can actually scale it up by using both grip buttons at the same time. Okay. So if you grab something, put your hands far away, hold the second grip button, bring your hands together, it'll scale it down, bring them apart, it gets bigger. Okay. So we'll just place that sketch there. And same when you grab these images, they're double-sided, but you can just scale them up nice and large like so. Okay, so what we need to do is, at the moment, you'll notice if I move the scene around, this stays exactly in place. Now, that might be what you want, but sometimes when I'm drawing something like to scale, I will actually, you can grab it and you can basically, you notice that the buttons change. So when you're hovering over something or grabbing something or editing something, always check the buttons on your controllers because they are contextually different and they change based on what you're doing and how you hold things. Okay, so what I'll do is I grab this image and you see an anchor show up. So what I do is I grab the image and hit the blue button, and that will then anchor that to the scene. So I can view it, move it around, and it becomes part of the 3D scene, which is really useful and really nice. Okay, so now that we've got our image in here, I want to make sure that I'm modeling at the right scale. And we can be very specific in Gravity Sketch. We can model on a per centimeter basis or exactly a meter. Although it is really nice to do gorgeous freehand stuff, we can actually be very precise and detailed. So hit the blue button. We've just done reference images. If we go down to prefabs, you'll see here we have mannequins, faces, rigged chassis, and these are actually 3D models, which is really nice in the menu. You can just bring them out into the scene, but then that's arbitrarily placed, no particular scale handed or given. So what we want to do is actually select one of these and actually move it, just holding the grip button, move it into this box, this blue box, and it'll go green. when you let go, what that'll do is that'll give you some options where you can actually rotate the mannequin, change the scale, zoom to scale, and then hit the blue button to accept. And there we go. We have a one-to-one human scaled right there, and I can actually make it so that it's the same size and proportions as me if I wish. And yeah, so this is how I start and how I set most things up, just so I understand. If I'm doing building, I know that I'll be using this as the reference, and it just really helps set it up so that you're modeling things correctly and you don't get into any scale issues later, because you can come into here and with VR you can actually start to reduce the size of your brush and just model in here, which isn't great because it's absolutely tiny. So there are options. There are lots of different options, and with VR, a good rule of thumb is go in with what you want to produce. It's very easy to get lost in the empty void of nothingness and not produce anything, or produce anything properly or of value, or just like it's difficult to stop yourself from playing, which is really good fun. And I'd highly recommend jumping into Gravity Sketch and playing for the first hour, definitely, and just start to play around with these tools. And then after you've done that, come in with some reference images and start to use it as a modeling tool to actually help produce some things. So now that we've got this mannequin, we can actually grab him. Okay, hit the blue button on your non-drawing hand, and you'll see these green points appear. Now, if you use the grab sphere, you can actually grab these points, and it's got rigging, it's got inverse kinematics in here, so it'll actually move the joints for you, and you can just move them around to not be in a standard T-pose, which is just, yeah, nice. Get to move it around. You can also then, you'll notice, as I mentioned before, the buttons have changed. So if you go right with the joystick, we now have a different method of being able to rotate the joints and then individually change thumbs, etc. So you can really pose this person into whatever stance or pose you want very quickly, very easily, and that's great as a base. I saw someone mention about costume design. This is perfect. You can do a T-pose, do your designs, send that 3D model to Mixamo, rig it, and then you can then animate it and do whatever you wish. So yeah, modeling in the T-pose is definitely preferred if you're doing that workflow, definitely. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to bring in what I produced before, and then we will run through the very basic tools. So there's a handful of tools under the purple button, but we're actually going to basically model as we go to run through each of these. So what you can do, or I mentioned earlier about bringing in models, we've brought in images. We're going to go to the prefabs, and then there's this button down here called Import Models. Click that guy, and then we're going to go to Christian's workspace. That's going to sit, and that's going to load. And then what I'm going to do is I can see this guy here, and that's just a screenshot preview. So you have to trigger on the drawing hand, and that'll load that up. Okay. And then I get rid of the mannequin. And then what you can do is you then drag that again into the green to then bring that whole item into the space. Okay, so that's brought that in, or again, have to confirm with the tick. Okay, and then here we go. Here's what I made earlier. I'll talk about layers shortly, but we come in and this is what we've produced earlier. So this is what we're going to run through today. The mixture of the hard surface forms, and then also all the neck pieces, and how we are going to be utilizing this here. So layers is basically hit the blue button on your non-drawing hand, work your way down to the stack here, and you'll see we've got a series of layers on here. Now everything's on layer 1 just because I brought it in from before, and then we're going to split these and actually model them as separate layers. Anyway, so you can add, for instance, this reference image. What's great is if I want to change the visibility, because you can hide objects, you can lock them, and you can change the visibility or transparency this way. But create a new layer, which we've just done, and then you can drag this reference image. And when the grab sphere intersects a layer, it'll go green, let go, and we can now hide just that reference image if we so wish, which is great. So being aware of your layers, I'm actually going to grab the mannequin and pop them on a separate layer. That didn't work. Press red is also undo. So if you do something that you didn't want to do, hit the red button, I'll go back. Okay, put the mannequin on this layer, and I'm actually going to hide the mannequin because all we really want to see is this here. And I'm also going to hide the stage floor as well, because yeah, this guy is, he's deliberately elevated up from the axis at the bottom, just because of the mannequin, and we can bring it down later if we wish. So you'll notice that there is a grid on each of these items, and that isn't actually the geometry density, but just a nice visual guide, and that's called surface contours. So what we do is under the settings menu, under the cogs, on the first tab of sketching aids, we have surface contours. Okay, you can actually disable them completely. You can see the difference there, or you can do edit only, or enabled only in edit mode. So only when I grab an object and hit the blue button to edit it, can you see the actual surface contours and the vertices, which I can actually grab and move around, which is really, really cool. And you can see how reflective that surface is with this lovely HDRI map in here. So I'm going to do surface contours for enabled only. Just so you know which item that we are editing as we go. So this is a really nice visual reference, and it actually incorporates almost all of the tools for us to go into more detail as well. So last few things to cover then in the menu. We have done this, so we've got orthographic viewport. So what's really nice is if you click this, actually hide the reference images. So let's just go. This is the way indeed. So on the layers, definitely rename your layers. It's good practice. We'll be doing it later, but this mannequin layer 2, you can actually, as you hover, you'll notice the little stick appears as you move your drawing hand close to a layer. A little pointer appears, and you get a nice little bit of haptic feedback, which is nice. And then you can click the text, and then you get a really nice keyboard come up, and then you can just little drumsticks poke and actually say that this is the person. And then we do the same for the next layer, change the name, and we'll just change this to ref for reference. And then this is going to be our model layer, or like reference model layer. So now we know that the model is here, we know the reference is there, and we know the person is there. And we're actually going to create a new layer, and we're going to do our work on that. If you create too many layers, you can actually use the grab sphere and actually pick up a layer and move it up, or completely pull it away and then hit the red button to delete that. And it'll give you a little warning just to make sure that there's nothing on that layer. This says it's empty, and just to confirm that you're happy to delete that. So that's basically the Gravity Sketch basics. The orthographic is nice. I'll just briefly show you that. So if I click that, you'll notice we have a cube, and it's basically rendered a front view, a top view, a side view, and this is dynamic. This is live. So if I continue to sketch and I go back to orthographic view, how cool is that? I even put it there, and I can even show you that that updates really nicely in real time. So the scale changes based on the bounds of the sketch, but really nicely just shows you. So if you're doing elevations of a building, or you wanted just to make sure everything looks nice, really, really nice. Or to update the bounds, you can turn on and off, etc. So grab that, hit the red button to delete. And then that's majority of the tools. I will really quickly go to the export settings. So when you do that, you'll get this box telling you exactly the size of it, and we get these export options. So OBJ, FBX, and IGIS. We have scale in millimeters, centimeters, meters, and inches. Up is the Z-axis, which is what we want. You can flip it if you wanted to. Mirror plane is XY, which is green and blue. Then there's also advanced options, which I highly recommend we go to. So you hit the cogs, these cogs here, and then in here, we are going to export. This is just my best practice. We do mesh data. You can export NURBS if you're taking this into Rhino, and full data is fine, but I think it's just a bit too much. I do mesh, I do welded normals, or you can do single-sided. I then do, instead of sub D will cover what that is, but you can either do a rendered mesh or a control mesh. I typically do control mesh, which is the low poly version of the subdivision, which we'll cover. Don't worry, that's going to be quite complex. And then we want to group things by layers, not by groups. So we'll have a separate layer for the gold versus the matte black versus the shiny marble. But you can choose each of these. So gray means it's selected. Do that, click the tick box, and then that'll actually export. And you can see there's a little cloud symbol. So when we save, that's actually saving to the cloud. You can change that here on desktop, and that'll save it locally to your machine, which is great. Or you can save it to the cloud. Same with the export settings. Okay. And also same with taking a screenshot. So if you click that, get a really nice handheld camera, and you can come in here and you can just hit the button to take a photo, which is really, really nice. And you can change the focal length. You've got depth of field that you can play around with. Yeah, really, really powerful tool for you to play around with. And you can actually take a photo in the space. Okay, I think I've encountered a bug. It shouldn't be happening like that. Let's go take a screenshot. Okay, that's stuck. Let's go take a screenshot again. Okay. Great. So what that's doing, okay, yeah, right, fixed it. That is then uploading those photos to the cloud, but you can also actually drop them into the scene as well, which is cool. Instant photo, so you can take a photo and then place that in the space. So I can now pick that up and place that elsewhere. So you can generate your own textures essentially, which is great. Okay, cool, problem solved. And lastly, what we'll do is if you turn your controller to the side, you get a nice little quick menu. You get the time. So we're taking like a 5-10 minute break in 5 minutes. You can save it, take a screenshot, help, and then actually exit the file if you wish that way, which is really, really nice. So like I said, Gravity Sketch, just you've got that depth. You can just reach out and use the Vitruvian length of your arms to actually create, which is really, really nice, very artistic, very powerful. And for the next 5 minutes, we'll just really quickly run down the list of objects. I'm going to get rid of that. You grab the light and delete it, and it's just out the way. So we have the ink tool at the top, then stroke tool, revolve, surface, volume, primitives, and then we've also got viewpoints. Okay, so the ink tool is what I've been using at the moment. And as I draw, it has a nice taper on the end, very good for sketching. Really, really nice. So I'll do ink, and then we'll do the stroke, which is very similar, but doesn't have the taper. And you can actually use the control points. Turn mirror off just for this demonstration. Unmirror these objects really quickly. Cool. And then we will then go down to revolve. Now, revolve will take the central axis, but then allow you to basically do this, which is really, really nice. So we'll grab that, put that there, and then we'll have the surface tool. So that uses both controllers. We'll go in more depth shortly. And then you can actually just do some really cool surfaces just like that. And then the primitives, you have an entire so volume tool as you click and you move through space, it'll actually fill that and calculate that as a volume. So that's now a solid object. So that's the volume tool. And then finally, we have the primitive box. Click that and we've got lots of options. Each of these have a separate sub menu in here, which will only go into a few things, but definitely go in, play with some of the options, play with the buttons. There's just so much in here that we just don't have time for today, but we've covered the basics. Primitives, you can then just start with a torus. There's different methods of creating. You can add text, measurements, and then subdivision modeling is a different way of just instead of a mesh, you basically create a low poly version of the model, and then you can increase the subdivisions in Gravity Sketch and it'll smooth things out. It's a really preferred method of modeling, which we'll cover when we start the object in the back. And then essentially using both controllers, left first, then right, and you'll get a ghost object. And as you move your controllers apart, it gets bigger. And as you move them up, it gets thicker. And then you can just basically produce primitives. So this is really nice just to start producing forms that you can then later convert into a subdivision object. So when you grab it, you hit the blue button and you go into edit mode, and primitives only allow you to move things in these 3 axes, which is fine if you just want a quick primitive, quick shape, quick placeholder. It's fine, but we can't do much else. We can't change the surface. We can't pull the edges and the vertices around as we want to. What you do is you go convert to subdivision objects, and then you can. But this is too many. It gets all weird. So we're not going to do that right now. Let's just undo. There we go. And we'll come back to that there. So those are the main objects that we have, main tools at our disposal. Subdivision modeling, you can start with a surface or start with a box and then just go from there and start adding more and more geometry or edges to sharpen things up. And that's what this is all modeled in. So if I go to here, this is a subdivision object. So if I actually grab this and then hit the trigger button, you can, I can create multiple versions, and I'll use Smart Move to bring this guy out and show you that if I go into edit mode, this is what how subdivision modeling works. I turn subdivision modeling off, turn thickness off. All this is just a flat plane with vertices that you can move around. You can grab the edges, okay? You can move the faces around. You can even extrude extra bits out if you wish. And then all you do is you switch subdivision on and I'll actually smooth all of that out, okay? So undo those edits, but you can start to really play with the forms once you have it. You've got different levels of subdivision. So the lowest or the highest is super, super smooth. You'll see that the reflection looks much nicer. If I knock it down, it gets a little bit jaggedy on the corners, and even further, you can see that what it's doing, you can see the dashed quad or edges that make up the face here, this face here, and you can see what it's doing is it's taking that edge and it's just rounding it. That's what subdivision is doing. So there's more geometry in here. These are just guidelines, and essentially, yes, it's always good to model like this. Model it in low poly mode is a really good technique. Then switch on the subdivision and turn it on and off as you go. So I tend to flesh things out in low poly mode. You can even keep it low poly all the time. And then turn on and off subdivision like so. We'll come into some of these options later. But now what we're going to do is that's the very high level overview of Gravity Sketch. What we're going to do after a 10-minute break is very quickly go through the process and be able to create some of these forms. We're not going to have the time today to go into all of the details, and this is why I have this model in here, but just to show you parts and pieces and techniques to use for Gravity Sketch. To be able to start to bring these creations, these AI creations to life. So, okay, I'm going to leave that there like that, and then take a quick 10-minute break. So see you all in 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So. Right, back in VR. Just set up Windows again. So. Feel free, can someone give me a thumbs up if everybody's here? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'm just setting up my VR windows so I can see you all in VR. Okay, great. Right, so off that little break, I'm back in, and then, yeah, another really good point about Gravity Sketch that I've not mentioned or we can showcase today is you can actually have 3 other people join you at the same time who have these headsets. So anywhere in the world, people can join, collaborate, and actually work together in this environment, which is just an incredible feat of technology and engineering. So definitely make the most of that if you can. Great for collaboration and all sorts. So yeah, cool. So I only wanted to spend an hour in Gravity Sketch, but it always takes a little bit longer. So these are the basic tools. Let's do a quick 15-minute, 20-minute run through of then I think I've run that. Yeah, cool. Of how we've actually started to model some of these things, because it's good to know the modeling tools. But this is a demonstration of what can be produced using these tools here. And yeah, I for the other steps like the sculpting, we can reduce the time on that. That's really not a problem. There. Okay, cool. We've got you. Cool. All right, so let's jump in. So one of the main really common workflows with Gravity Sketch is using the ink tool, making it kind of like a sketch item. You can use the thumbstick to increase or decrease the size of the brush, make it really thin, like move this off to the side, and you can actually sketch within your space. So you can then start to flesh out certain forms and ideas and actually just sketch in space, which is really nice to actually come and start to play around with the forms. You know, you can put all of that on a separate layer, for example, and then add a new layer, make this slightly transparent, and then come in and further refine the forms. So you can use the stroke tool, but with point mode, so that you can come in, I mean, maybe even change the color a little bit and actually place with points something a bit more purposeful, an actual stronger line, for example, and start to refine the forms for speed. I'm just going to copy these here. And then, you know, if these are the final ones that you want to use, then, you know, we can again come in, hide this, and then you can actually start to surface over the top. So this is a really common workflow. So, you know, you can then come in and wrong layer, should be solid. There we go. So you can actually start to use this as that particular tool, convert to subdivision, and then start to do things like this. So the sketching lines become then a guide for what you're producing. Another good, really nice tip, if I delete those, you can actually use the surface tool and use bridge curves. So we've created these lines, they're curves, and you can actually do this, which is really nice. It's not parametric. So if I were to, you know, move a vertex, it doesn't go with the lines, or vice versa. Grab the lines, doesn't work. However, what you can do is if you select multiple objects, press and hold the blue button on your non-drawing hand, you'll actually be able to edit both points at once, which is nice. But as you notice, there's more points on the surface than there are on the lines, so it's not going to work quite so well in this example. But when you're doing subdivision, really useful, nice little tip and trick. And then let's go. Yeah, okay, so we're done with these items. So let's delete all of those. Okay, right. So there's lots of things we can do, but let's just start working on the front marble dome, this reflective dome on the front, and how we actually model this. So switch the mirror plane on. I'll just put it on so you guys can see it. And then we had the mannequin on. So what I'm going to do is put the person on and just bring them forward. Whoops. So smart move is basically you put your two controllers in front of each other. So the drawing hand first, and you can see it goes green, and that means I can move it in the green axis. If you do it vertically, then you can move it vertically in each of these axes. So that's really, really nice, and it's a nice constrained way of being able to bring that forward. So this is a really nice example. So I'm going to come in and actually then just start to model this piece here as we go. So what I'm going to do is going to bring a copy of that forwards, and then just to show you what we're going to be looking at. And I'm going to make that no subdivision, no thickness. Okay. And so what we can do is use the pipette on the tool and actually come in and select the same color on the color tool, hit the trigger, and then you'll actually get that same color. And then I use the surface tool, and I use the point mode, and then I select sub D instead of NURBS, because we want this to be, all of these objects should be subdivision surface, ideally, apart from the squiggly neck pieces, because that geometry is the best geometry for any edits in Blender or UV unwrapping. It just much better quality geometry. Okay, so what we'll do, we've got those settings, and then all we're going to do is we have mirror on. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to start up here. Hold this one trigger, and you'll see a little preview, and then you just click the right trigger on your trigger on your drawing hand to then start the point process. And we're just going to come in here and just start to lay down a really low poly, use as few points as possible, so as the minimal number we need to actually produce this. Okay, so I'm actually using the one in the background as a reference. Okay, and that's how we start. Okay, something like this. Okay, so then you grab it, and then we hit the blue button on our non-drawing hand, and this is what we've got. So this is the subdivision tool menu I showed you earlier. This, you can restrict face movement in the direction in which it's pointing, so it's normal. You can select auto loop edges, which allows you to select the whole edge, which is really nice. We can collapse polygons together, which is useful, and then you can bake the mirrored. So at the moment it's mirrored, but if we wanted to freeze it, you can just click this bake mirrored option, and then now it's no longer mirrored, which is interesting and fairly useful. So I'm going to just undo that for now, so it's still mirrored, because we want that to be the case. Again, I'll lower the subdivision down just for performance, but also turn it off temporarily, so we have the low poly version ready to go. It's mirrored. You can turn that on and off here, and we can use snaps later, which is really useful. So you can snap things to surfaces, snap lines to surfaces, points to points, edges to edges. Really nice. So what we're going to do on the mirror plane, if I move the vertice to the mirror plane, you'll notice it changes. It changes to a square with a little padlock on it. And that basically means that is now tied to the mirror plane, and I can now only move it up, down, left, and right along the mirror plane. So the green axis, which once it's done, it's done. So if that happens unintentionally, just be careful with that and undo beforehand, before you get too involved or too in depth with it. So something weird has happened here. We don't want triangles. We want to get as many quads or square planes as possible. So what you can do is you can select that vertex, hit the red button and delete it. Select an edge, okay? Hit the trigger button. You can just create another one, okay? So what happened there is one of these points is collapsed, or if you then do this, that'll happen. So you can weld points together really nicely, like so, just by dragging it over. It's a really nice workflow. You don't have to mess around with selecting multiple vertices to weld them together. So yeah, increasing the size of the grab sphere means that you can actually grab more than one point at once. So you can actually come in and start to sculpt how this looks, and just bringing the reference image in as a guide to come along and start to pull these things around. So if we need more geometry, we don't have enough here. What you do is you just use, you can see we've got a little circle on the end of the drawing hand, put that on an edge and just hit the trigger. And then that has added an extra line, an extra edge and vertices to actually increase what we've got there. If I want to slide one of these edges, select an edge and then use the trigger on the trigger on the non-drawing hand to actually slide that edge up. But you have to select the whole loop settings, and then you can actually slide it along that, which is really nice. So we can also, yeah, as you can see there, it does that quite nicely. So once we've done a bit more low poly, we'll always just switch it back on, see how it's looking, and you can see that as it tightens up, okay, we're actually getting a bit of an intersection here and overlap. So this is why it's always good to bounce and turn that on and off to actually understand and see what's happening. We've got there. Okay, so this is fine. What we want to do now is actually, we want another lot of geometry here. So a quick way of doing that, switch on auto, select the loops, select the whole lot, and just click once. And you can just peel that down like that, and that looks really nice, really quickly. Okay, so the mannequin doesn't appear to be quite on symmetry 100%. So yeah, there we go. It's just a visual glitch, slightly different, but that's fine. And you can come in and select the vertices and move them around as you wish and as you see fit. Yeah, so I'm just counting the geometry. We can add another, turn auto select off, add a little edge in here, bring the points together. Also, if you select multiple points, you can actually just go left and right on the joystick, on the thumbstick, on the drawing hand to increase or decrease their distance from one another. Really nice, really useful. And we're just going to add a couple more of these parts here. This guy we delete entirely, and then we start to raise this guy up and do this like so. So very quickly, you can see that we have produced in 3 dimensions a really nice rough surface to start with. And if I increase the subdivisions a bit more, it gets a bit tighter. And then we can start to play around. Now the form at this seam seems to be quite, that's like the sharpest point there. And then we can, I just wanted to bring some of these down a little bit and bring these in. So you can really actually start to sculpt the form quite nicely. Yeah, and start to play around with it. And you can do whatever you wish, which is just really freeing, just to sit in here, put some music on, and just get lost in the creation process and in the forms that you're creating. You can spend quite happily hours in here. So I'm going to select this, change the material to reflective, and there we go. We are getting there for that particular piece. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail for the next few ones. I'm just going to show you the tools we've used, but very similar technique for the gold. Okay, so again, use the pipette or the swatches down below. Now, I use the snap tool to create this actually, if I bring it up, okay, I then go into edit mode. It looks really complicated. If I remove the thickness, so sub D is superior because you can come in and add thickness just like this. You just grab the yellow guy and you can increase the thickness as you wish, which is really nice. You can bake the thickness, all sorts of cool stuff. If I then turn subdivision off, thickness off, you can see here how it's been created. So all I did, how I started this, I just ran up this edge. So if I select, you don't have to just select edges, you can select an entire loop like this. So this edge here, I basically ran along the inside and just did planes and faces, snapping my way up. So we'll do that really quickly. And then from there, all I did was just grab an edge and then started doing this and using the grips to scale. So you can still scale whilst holding an edge, which is really nice. And then just went along and started joining some of these pieces together. And it only took me an hour to an hour and a half to produce this. But that's because I've been using Gravity Sketch on and off since 2019. So yes, it's the more you use it, the better you get, and it's just really, really nice. And if you're already familiar with modeling tools, this will be really nice and freeing. Quick question, is it possible to fix the geometry by the previous positioning, at least with my HTC? And I can't. Okay, so really good question. If for whatever reason something comes off of axis, like you accidentally move this guy out of the way, you have to have the tool belt selected, which is up here in the beta section. And the tool belt, just using the grip button on your drawing hand and basically placing on your waist and swing it around like a belt, you'll actually see a menu that comes up, these 3D objects you can interact with. Now, I'm going to grab this guy. This is the wand. And what you can do is, if I zoom in, this allows you to move items in different axes really quite nicely and rotate them as well. So if that happens, what you can do, if it comes off axis, if you hover over it, okay, what you can do is if you click once to place your pivot point, there's this option here, recenter onto world mirror. Click that, and then that'll snap it back, and it's actually snapped it back to where it was, which is over here instead of front. But that then actually recentered it back to where it was in the middle. So really nice tool to be able to fix if something comes off of axis there. So yes, that's the best way to do it. Perfect. Yeah, that's great. Great question. Happens all the time, even if you don't mean to. You know, you can come in, you'll actually try to select something down here and you move like all of this, and yeah, sometimes you miss it and you can't go back enough. So yeah, it happens. Cool. So very quickly then, go to, instead of surface tool, I went to primitive objects. I went to surf plane, subdivision objects. You can do customize, but it's fine. Create a plane just like this, grab it, put it roughly where you want it. The object that you're going to be using, make sure that's subdivision turned off so you can see the points and the edges. I'm going a little quicker now just for time, and then surface contours I switch on all the time just so I can see the edges. And then very quickly you come in, scale this guy, edit mode, and then just edit mode, make sure snap, you can do points to points, and then you see the red guides come up like this. So you can very quickly, I see that nicely? Yeah, cool. And then what you do is you grab the edge and then just go pink, pink. That's me. That's the sound for the trigger. And then, yeah, do that. And you'll notice that the points will actually magnetically snap, and you get a nice little bit of the haptic feedback. You have to be careful of your edge flow, which the flow of the lines. Like I could have done this, which isn't right, because I could have just cut the geometry and gone this way. But then what happens is there's a blocker. You don't get this smooth edge to allow that when you want to add an edge. I want that edge to follow the entire contour of the side of the face. And that's not happening here when I add that new edge in. So if I undo that, what you want to do instead of placing that there is pull that down and just add another piece of geometry, so that you'll see as I finish this bit, now when I add an extra edge, it actually adds it all the way through the entire flow of the geometry. So there's a lot of sort of geometry subdivision fundamentals that, yeah, we can't sadly cover today, but definitely further reading, if you wish, is really useful. It takes practice, but once you know, it becomes like a spatial 3D puzzle to get good topology and surface flow. So actually, I don't want to do that. I wanted to do this because I have those join at the back. Cool. So that's how I started this geometry. And then what we did is come off and do stuff like this. And then you can just really get creative and whatever. And then put subdivision on, put it all the way up or whatever it is, match it. If I do middle, then make sure that this subdivision is set to the middle and on. And there we go. We've got two different materials, two seams perfectly lined up, looking really nice. And then we come in and then we can just keep adding more geometry. Snap, make sure the points snap onto the other points. Okay. And then we can just keep going. So just for speed, just add in a few more things like this and then add thickness. And there you go. So that's the basics for creating the helmet. I'll be very quick with these pieces here. These are really nice. They basically have, for any hard surface things, we create this tight edge of just two edge loops there, which look really nice. And that just really gets that nice hard surface aesthetic. And then use the same technique. We just took that ribbon, that edge, and then made that there. This guy, all of the neck details is really simply just the taper tool, you know, with black, and you would just start doing this. And then you just add loads of lines. And then in Blender, what we do is we group all of those together, we join them, and then Substance does all the nice calculation of the shadows. So yeah, those are the strokes. Just show you very quickly how we do this. And then we'll jump into Substance Modeler and then start to sculpt some details into this really nice subdivision mesh and actually start to really add some nice stuff in there. So to add these armor chest pieces, what we do is we go to the subdivision tool. No, okay, we're not doing that. We're gonna go to the stroke tool, select ribbon stroke, and the reason why is there's like a hidden thing in here that allows you to do a subdivision ribbon stroke, and a ribbon is just a very thin piece of subdivision geometry when set to that mode, and it's amazing. So again, point mode, you can do just a stroke, but you get too many points and there's not enough control. It's better to use as little points as possible because things get too unwieldy very quickly. It just gets too detailed, too messy. Sub D, everything else is fine. We'll go to here, increase the size so you can see the ribbon. So what I'm doing is I'm actually drawing the edge, the actual finest point, the highest point edge of that particular item. So we've got mirror mode on. I'm just going to do something like this. Tracing the shape in space, left trigger to finish, and that's what we've got. Got this guy here. So it kind of looks like a guideline. It's just a thin sheet, very thin plane. We grab that, go to edit mode, subdivision is on, going to lower that one, and then select the edge loop. And this just grabs the whole edge. Okay, grab the whole edge, hit the trigger, and then this is what we get. So we do this. I'm careful not to get the points too close to the mirror edge. And we do the same on this side. Okay, and there we go. So that's the basic form. And then what we do is we go to the edges. You can grab all the edges and just go left on the thumbstick to make those go to a nice point. And yeah, you can then come in and start to grab both of those points and really start to, let's play around with this a bit more and have a bit of fun and see what we can do with these items. So yeah, really nice to come in and just start to play around with these forms and this shape. And it's really good for automotive design, like so. And then you can just grab this and copy it and pop another one there like that. So it is good for the detailed parts or the hero items, if you will. like the sides of the mask to be really nice subdivision geometry, all joined perfectly, nice edge loops, etc. But for some other parts, you don't have to have, you can see that mesh is just intersecting. There's no welded points, no geometry. You can actually merge subdivision objects together if you've got the same number of vertices, and you can snap the vertices and come in. And if you want a sharper edge, you can come here and add extra edge loops in here, and that will really tighten that edge up. But yeah, it's all about what's going to be seen, what's the focal point, what's the asset used for. You know, if it's going to be rigged and animated, you have to be really conscious of where you're putting your edges, where you're putting your points, and edges that are going to be hinges for that particular movement. So yeah, this is how it starts. It looks like this, and then with more time and more effort, more detail, it slowly just comes to place, comes into being. And so yeah, the neck pieces, I just did this a little bit thinner, but you can do whatever you wish, like so. Cool. So that's kind of it for Gravity Sketch today. I'm now going to so to export this, so if I come back to here, turn you back on, turn snap off. Cool. What you do is I export the whole scene, which I've done. I'll put it into Blender, and then what I do is then I export a high resolution mesh version of this. So I add thickness. I then increase subdivisions in Blender so that we get lots of geometry, lots of grids, and lots of mesh density here. And then we're going to take that into Substance Modeler, sculpt over that, and then move on to the Blender setup. Okay, cool. All right. Everybody's still with me. So I'm going to come out of Gravity Sketch. I've already exported this, but reminder of export settings, you go to the floppy disk, you hit the blue button to go into the menu, save and export button, and then FBX, I do millimeters, mesh, welded, control points, layers. Control points means you can control the subdivision layers in Blender. It just basically exports the low poly version. Okay, so that's that. I'm now going to jump into Substance Modeler really quick and just load up a file that I made earlier of this export of that particular mesh. Right. Creating a retopology with a higher density of polys is the way, right? So you can bring in the 3D model and then retopologize or remodel over the top like we've just done here in Gravity Sketch, but keeping the smallest number of points. You can see here, I only have 3 rows of edges with the vertices on, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dividing ones to get that curvature, which is very efficient. So the reason why is because when we export, we're going to export it low poly like this, and then we control that in Blender. So I wouldn't start with a higher density. You can, retopology just means that you're modeling low poly over a high density mesh. And we're doing it this way so that we have the low poly mesh here ready to go. So we could export this to AR or a smaller gaming engine, for example, using the low poly. And then we produce the high poly in Blender to then sculpt on. And we need the high poly for the sculpting to work. And then what we're going to do is take all of the detail that we've sculpted into the high poly, and Substance Painter is going to process it and then actually convert it into textures and actually bake all that high quality detail into textures instead of, because most gaming engines, other than Unreal Engine 5 with Nanite, now can take high resolution meshes. So you could drag and drop the high poly sculpted one into and let Unreal do all the legwork. However, it's not that optimized, and I still think it is beneficial to do optimized game assets for now, just so you get smooth running. And once you've got all these textures, and all the details baked, it can go to a lot of places very quickly, very easily, and a lot of the legwork is done because you're baking all that detail in. So yeah, it's this is the way. Yes, let's go. That's done. It's a good workflow because if you just did high density stuff, like you could definitely sculpt from Substance Modeler from scratch, bring in a not a super, like a medium density version of that sculpt into Gravity Sketch. Then you can sculpt, then you can retopologize and do the low poly version in Gravity Sketch, and then take both meshes into Substance Painter to process, which I'll demonstrate. That's entirely plausible workflow. Definitely. So you might be able to sculpt, if you're great at ZBrush, you might be able to take this image, sculpt it in ZBrush, but then use the high poly version to then as a reference to bake all of that stuff in. Yeah, I find amazing sculpting. Yeah, it's great. The beauty of Gravity Sketch, just fundamentally, what I love doing is you can draw a line and then you can come in, edit it, and you can move the points. So you can delete the points. You can sketch it once and then refine its position as much as you want. And you can come in and you can change thickness and angle, and yeah, you can just draw it once and then edit it. Whereas I find with sculpting programs, personally, I find it harder to have this level of dexterity and control when actually modeling items. I find myself sculpting something or painting something like in Procreate and then having to undo it and then redo it, redo it. And this process with the NURBS and the points makes life so much easier for me, my workflow to come in and really hone the form and the shape first before and then proceeding. So cool, just my preference, just my workflow. Is there any visual quality difference between the Quest 2 and Pro? A little bit. So the Quest Pro has a better screen, better pixel density, but you're not gonna, unless you're switching between the headsets, you're not gonna notice the difference. So if you can afford the Pro, get the Pro, or wait for the Quest 3. So yeah, it is entirely up to you guys. If you can try before you buy, that's also great. If your friend's got one, definitely try it. That's how I got started. A friend had the Quest 1. I tried it at an event at YouTube in London, and then I bought one on the train on the way home. So yes, amazing. So we're done here. I'm just going to very quickly save this. You can just save it wherever you want, call it whatever you want. Design morphine, and then click the plus button. Okay, that's now saved, or uploading to the cloud, which is great. So that's a little. Make sure you do save your work regularly. Always a good method. Good thing to adopt, good habit to have when using any tools. Cool. So then we're going to exit to the lobby. Okay, here's the home menu. You just edit a sketch. You can jump into a collab room with other people. Tons of reference library. So there's shoes, there's tons of stuff. The footwear, human body examples and scale, UI, mechanical parts. It's great. Different vehicles that you can use to sketch around and everything. So yeah, amazing. Cool. So I'm going to quit this and you're not going to see anything, but I'm just going to open up Substance Modeler in the background. Can the measure tool dimension be used as strokes? No, the dimension tool can't be used as a stroke. I would use a stroke and then you can measure next to it and then adjust the stroke to suit the measurements. Yeah. Using the grid is the best way. So turning the grid on in the settings is the best way to actually incrementally draw something at scale. So I'm going to get rid of this. Cool. So I'm now just going to launch Substance Modeler. Now, Modeler is basically an amazing clay tool, but it also works on desktop as well as VR. So currently, you can't see anything. Let's just minimize you. And you doing this in VR. Let's do that and that. Cool. So apologies that this doesn't have, they're still working on it. They built this from the ground up. Its predecessor, Adobe Medium, was a really amazing tool, but this, every time I move my head, is going to change the space. There's no, you can't have reference images in here yet, and you can't set up an external camera. But basically, it's an amazing tool that I've got clay here. I can just generate clay. I can hit this button and I can erase clay. And it's just incredible sculpting tool. If you're a sculptor and you give people these tools, I can then come into here, change the warp tool, and this is the beauty of, you can just grab it and actually twist and deform it any way you want, and then you let go, and then it's just done. And it's quick and it's easy. You don't have to worry about topology or vertices or edges. Yeah, really nice. How to get, you know, these gorgeous twists and forms and things like that. So really amazing tool. And then what happens is, if I actually scoot on forwards and take the headset off temporarily, I'm gonna have to do that to load files and export files, which is a pain. But what will happen is it'll go straight into desktop mode. So you'll see the notorious VR forehead in just a second, and then I'll import before going back into VR. So bear with me 1 second. So as you can see, this is now desktop mode, and I can now actually use the tools and the mouse like I would normally, and orbit around. So yeah, this does live booleans, as you've seen, but this is voxel based. So Gravity Sketch is NURBS based, which is basically points and lines and surfaces, whereas this is voxel. So you can see the voxel geometry starting to 3D pixelate. So it's an entirely different way of modeling, but it's very powerful. So all I'm going to do is then go open, and we're going to open on desktop. Let's go sculpting start. So you can bring in the geometry. Okay, I've got a few files to demonstrate this. So when you bring in the geometry, actually, I'm just going to switch microphones. Okay. So very quickly, just to go through these 3 files, what you do is when you bring this in, you see that this looks a little different. You can use Alt and mouse click to orbit around. I've imported that mesh geometry, okay? And you can't do anything with this. You can't sculpt on it. You can't do anything. It's just an import. So what you have to do is then you select the object, okay? And then you convert to clay down here, bottom right. As soon as you do that, it's going to sit and process and actually turn that into something that you can sculpt and edit with. I've done that in a separate file just because it takes a little bit of time. So we'll do a little open there. Okay, so then it'll look like this. Okay, and what you can do now is you can come into here and you can then use, let's go surface mounted and then size. And then what we can do is actually we can just sculpt onto the surface, just like this. So if you have a Cintiq or a Wacom tablet, for example, you can come in and start to do this and then use the smooth, oh, not the move tool, you can use the smooth tool to come in and actually start to smooth this out, increase the strength, reduce the size. So it's basically ZBrush in VR, and it's so nice to use. It allows you to just get in the space and just start to stretch and pull things, and really enjoy the process. So you can do surface mounted, you can do gizmo. So you can actually, using the space bar to grab it, you can actually start to pull these things around.
Like it's just liquid. You can do whatever you want with it. And if I then make this like this, you can actually use on desktop, you can actually move them per axis as well, which is really nice. So you can see that it's actually stretching and warping that really nicely. It creates some gorgeous forms, like loving these forms. It's great. But what we're going to do, because what's important about this process is we don't want to change or deform the geometry too much. It's easy to get carried away, but all we want to do is maintain the geometry that we had from Gravity Sketch, which is this guy here. Okay, we want to maintain this geometry because we're going to bake the high poly details on top of it. So we can now cut into this and actually raise the geometry a little bit for the baking process in Substance. So you can either do this on desktop, but you can come into here, use the erase tool. Let's pick an interesting shape. We can reduce the size, like lazy mode, so you can actually smooth that out, which is nice. And actually, I prefer doing this in VR, that you can actually come in and actually glide across this much nicer in VR. So I'm going to do that really quickly, and then we'll make some changes. So let's jump back in, change the mic back. Now, hopefully, it should be as easy as just jumping straight back in. Let's have a look. Okay, let's get the controllers to wake up. Okay, we have one. There we go, we're back in. Cool. So there's the guy. I'm just going to bring it closer, and I'll try and keep my head as still as possible. But essentially, just to demonstrate, we can come in here and we can start to come in and carve this, and then smooth that back. And I've actually made a new hole in there, which looks really nice. So you can just single click and just cut a hole if you wish, and then you can come in and then you can warp it ever so slightly, which is nice to do. You know, you can just do this, and then it's going to sort of affect and pinch the shapes quite nicely so that it fits, you know. Really nice just being able to play around with this. And then we go back to erase tool. So, you know, something so, you know, we can come in and start to do some really nice hard surface effects and details really quite nicely. And then we go to surface placement. It's a little big because it's just going to cut a whacking great hole in there. But you can also really nice dynamic sizing tool, which is really cool, just by holding this button on the right, the one that's in blue, to change the size of things. But also you can, using this button here, you can actually pick the different placement of how this interacts with the shape. So what I'm going to do is just make this smaller, and we can actually come in and start to get that a bit smaller. Come in and do this. So you can now, got a bit crazy there, but that's fine. Let's smooth this out. Let's change size of the smooth. There we go. Oh, a bit too much. So you can make it as big as you want, which is so nice. Strength's a bit too much on the smooth tool. Just want a little bit. I don't mind there being a hole there, that's fine. So you can come in and make it as big or as small as you like. And yeah, you can do hard stuff, hard surface things in here. You can do organic things in here. There is really no limit to what you can create. It's, you know, this is so nice, just coming in and smooth. So you got a secondary tool. So every time I hold the secondary trigger, my trigger on my non-drawing hand, that activates smooth. So you can very easily go carve, smooth. You can go carve,
smooth. So it allows you to add all the surface detail and just, yeah, play around. So the reason why we don't do this in Gravity Sketch is because it would take a lot of geometry, adding lots of edge loops, lots of vertices, lots of edges to be able to produce these kind of booleans. So it's all about size and scale of the assets that you're producing. So basically, if we're happy with the sculpt, I won't go into too much detail here, but for example, if I wanted to create another object, you can scope out and you can scope in to individual objects. There's no layer menu, so it works fundamentally different to Gravity Sketch. I'm going to place this manually here, and I'm going to put a new piece of clay down. There you are, down here. Really quickly, just show you, like, the hard surface modeling tools are incredible. So I can come here, I can grab the little circles to change the scale of things. This does overall scale over here, and it scales it both equally, these sides. So what you can do, that's not done anything, that's not actually placed the clay yet until I hit the trigger button. But then if I go manual placement, that's now attached to the hand. You've got all these parameters here, so I can actually taper it like so. Let me try and get that in shot. Taper it. I can round the edges. I can fillet the edges. Chamfer. You can even add thickness. So I'm going to do a little bit of chamfer, less taper, and then there we go. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose to place that, and you can do, you've got this guy, you've got move that around just really quickly. Just going to place that there with the trigger. Okay, so that's now placed it. And then now what I'm going to do is, using the hand, I'm going to now, you can just come in here and just go chunk, and you've got some really nice, remove that geometry like this. But another really great tool is the split tool. So not the erase, but split. And what this does is, you can do this on desktop a lot easier, but what that does is that'll separate that into two separate pieces. Okay, which is just incredible. You can do this, you can then scope out, grab that object and see what it is. Yeah, really powerful to be able to come in and do this. So you can hollow the inside, for example, and then use the split tool to cut it open, and then scope out, grab it. You can see what's happening here. Now it gets all jagged and dark because of the resolution, but you can increase the resolution by going to here and hitting the plus button. You get a preview of the mesh density or the voxel density. So if I keep doing that a few times, it's going to get super heavy. And then I can now come in, use the split tool, and you see now that when I do it, it's a lot less jagged, yeah, and a lot cleaner cut. So yeah, amazing tool, really incredible piece of tech. So it allows you to sculpt things. And then I'm going to take the headset off, and then that will conclude the VR portion of today's webinar, and then we'll be desktop only to continue yeah, as we go. All right, any questions on Adobe Substance Modeler? Feel free to ask them now. It's an incredible tool. I wish I could spend more time going through all of the options, but there's just so much to do. You could probably do another whole 5-hour webinar on it there. So I'm just going to take the headset off and switch the microphone back. Thanks. Bear with me 2 seconds, just while I pop all of that down. Glasses back on. That would be a great webinar. So we could do definitely a VR sculpting deep dive with Substance Modeler. It's incredible. Also, one of the biggest advantages of
Substance Modeler. If you right click as well, there's lots of options in here, but you can actually, there's radial symmetry, radial repetition. You can instance things. So you can basically make 5 copies of this thing and you edit one and it edits all 5, which is really nice. You can do uninstanced copies. You can do instanced radial things. It's incredible. There's build up tools. You can inflate as well. So inflating actually adds more geometry. It just basically inflates that particular space. Okay, so let me open up the file that I made earlier of our finished sculpt. So this was what I was messing around with earlier in the week, just to set all of this up. So this was just me sculpting, smoothing things out. You can see how these are actually pulled out, but we're not actually going to be editing the geometry like that. So yeah, it'll be baked in and look like it is, but it won't actually, if you get up close, actually stick out like that. So do we use Substance Modeler mainly for adding fine details? Yes. For my workflow, this was a way of sculpting the high quality details because Gravity Sketch can't. Yes, that's my workflow. You can, if you get really good at Modeler, Substance Modeler, model the whole thing in Substance Modeler if you wish, and then you can use different tools in Blender to reduce the poly count, for example. Or actually, great point. If I go to the export settings in here, you can see here that you can actually specify how many triangles or quads that you want. So 60,000 for a sculpt is quite small. I would recommend, you know, if you're doing a high quality sculpt and then baking it, do it quite high, more like 400,000, 250,000 poly count triangles. Yeah, it's difficult. As you reduce this number, it'll start to get, you'll start to see tessellation, which is faceting or the edges being rugged, which isn't great. Okay, so yeah, that kind of answers that question. You can ask it to generate UVs from here because that's entirely up to you. We're going to do the UVs now in Blender, and you've got different export formats, so they're doing some really good export formats. UDIMs, which we're not covering today, is a next level complexity advanced of UV mapping, and actually putting multiple UDIMs is basically multiple UV maps into the textures and into the model. Does exporting quads give any problems? Yes, lots. So it's difficult. It depends. It really does depend on what your geometry is going in, and what your geometry looks like in general when you export. So it's a bit of trial and error. I like to export with triangles. I tried quads as well. If you're not doing UVs, then quads is okay. The quads, as it says here, is a feature that's under development. So yeah, it's interesting. The UV mapping that it does automatically for you isn't great. It just kind of splits it down one seam and does a really bad job at opening it out. It kind of looks like a weird starfish if it's organic based. So yeah, it's a lot of trial and error. We're going to do the UV mapping or unwrapping in Blender manually. This allows you to mark seams and to unwrap it properly. And that's a really good point, really good method for achieving the quality. Answer that. Up to this point, the only tools that you've shown require monthly subscriptions. So Gravity Sketch is entirely free to download and try. Substance Modeler and Substance Painter, which I'll cover now, is under subscription with the Creative Cloud. So yes, you can download a trial. You can even buy Substance, either one of these packages standalone via Steam, which is a gaming platform, You can install that and then buy these standalone. So this requires a monthly subscription. If you guys are interested by what you've seen or you have any extra questions, you can definitely ask here or DM me later, definitely. But the reason why that these have subscriptions is because they're extremely powerful tools. And yes, you can sculpt in Blender, and if you want to do the entire process like Gravity Sketch and Blender, both free tools, up to the point, up to a certain point, then great. You can even do some procedural textural texturing in Substance 3D Painter. I'm sorry, equivalent to Substance 3D Painter in Blender for free, but it's very cumbersome, very clunky, difficult to do. You might not get the same results. I use it because throughout all of my asset creation, so I do a lot of augmented reality effects and experiences, and I run every asset that I create for that through Adobe Substance Painter, just because of the speed, which I'm going to demonstrate for you now, and just how powerful it is. MidJourney, it was free, but they've just recently cancelled the free subscription because of a lot of people using it, and also some things were happening that they didn't intend. So they've stopped the free service, but it is very cheap, at least to try for 1 month. You can go in and give that a go, generate the images that you want, and then feel free to cancel that subscription. So Gravity Sketch, entirely free, so no monthly subscription there. Yeah, so the Substance Modeler, which I've just shown you, and Painter, which we're going to go to shortly after Blender, isn't part of the Creative Cloud. You might have a Creative Cloud package with Photoshop and InDesign and Illustrator, but this is a separate 3D and AR platform that is a separate subscription. So you get Modeler, Painter, Stager, and Sampler and Designer for the price. Now they all do different things. Stager renders, Painter does the textures, Modeler does the modeling. Sampler and Designer, basically you can create textures from pictures. There's also photogrammetry involved there, so you can basically take photos of about 50 to 100 photos of real world objects and then generate 3D models from them. And then Designer allows you to take photos of real world brickwork and stone and tree bark and actually generate textures that you can use in Substance Painter and then render in Stager. So they are really nice tools. They've even got their own AR tool called Aero. So yeah, they obviously, as Adobe, want to provide an entire one-stop shop for their customers. So I'm a big fan. I've used Adobe products for years. So it's entirely up to you. They are expensive, but they do get the job done. So if you're intending on using this and using these tools going forward for commercial purposes or more than just hobbyists, then it is worth having a look at the payment options there. So really valid question. Thank you very much, William, on that. Yeah, if you've got any other questions, drop them in the Q&A. It's nice to see. Hello, everyone from all over the world, which is fantastic. Thank you for your ears and your time. Cool. So I exported this earlier and then brought this into Blender. So I can do that process. How does Modeler compare to the free Medium? Really great question. So Medium is definitely an older version, but it is free and desktop only. It's a great question. If I come up to here, if you're running anything on desktop, you'll need this app. It's the Oculus app. I'll go to the library, and that's got Modeler, which is still running. This was Gravity Sketch earlier, a few games, and then we have Adobe or Oculus Medium. It's now Adobe, but this is what it was. And this is a very similar voxel-based modeling software that does. If for whatever reason you don't want to try Modeler, or the financing options aren't possible, definitely give Medium a try. It's very similar in that you can place clay wherever you want in the space, and you can pull it around and sculpt into it. So yes, use it. You can use Medium interchangeably with this process and the tool. So yes, it is free. Thank you very much, Azim, for the alternative. It doesn't have the instancing feature, and you really have to be careful of the scale at which you're working and the resolution, because you can get to a point where you keep building and then you'll hit a physical brick wall where you can't place any clay in that space. So yes, just be careful of that, but otherwise it is yeah, good tool. As you can see just in the examples of the image, you can do hard surface robots, you can do very nice organic beasts and forms and all sorts of details and things of clothing. And just look on YouTube. There are, and this applies to all of the tools that I've told you about today, there's incredible YouTube tutorials on almost all of these packages where I've learned a lot of this. So yeah, please do have a little look. Cool. So I'm just going to open up a new instance of Blender really quickly, and then we'll jump into that. But essentially, we are just going to, we take the file from landing pad. So from landing pad, and these are the images that we took earlier, I then have this control model, this FBX file. Okay. One last thing about landing pad before we leave, but you can actually open the Gravity Sketch file. So we click that file that we made, that I made earlier. You actually go view document. Now this is a really early stage development, but it allows you to open the Gravity Sketch file without having to go into headset, which actually is super useful. So you can come here, change your layers, hide the reference image, and you can use your mouse to come in and actually start to look at the geometry, which is really, really nice. There's loads of options. You can change the environment. And yeah, really, really nice to come in and just look at the geometry. So you can actually send a model to someone and actually have a look and get them to open it in browser to have a look, or even meet them in Gravity Sketch to review stuff. So yeah, really, really nice. And then from here, I just, the export I uploaded. So I just click this and then click download, and that downloaded it. And I just, because I exported an FBX, that's one of the best formats from Gravity Sketch. It's sort of an industry standard, a previous industry standard, and then essentially bring that into, straight into Blender. So we go import, and then we go to FBX. So Blender's entirely free. If none of you have used it before, it's an incredible modeling tool. You can model, you can render, you can composite your renders and animations. Really powerful. So this is what the model looks like as soon as we get it out of Gravity Sketch. Okay, so this is really good to be able to understand what comes out. And what's nice is it's actually kept the colors a little bit and the materials. So if I actually go to the materials, you can see they are actually different, which is really nice. So I'm just going to close. We've finished with medium for now, but essentially we've exported the high poly mesh, and I'll show you what that looks like shortly. Cool. So we bring this in, and you can see it's all jagged because this is the, if I switch on this, you can actually see the geometry that we've got here. So this is the low poly geometry. This is what we want, because when we're in here, we're going to actually change those subdivisions now. So click the object, and then you can go to the spanner to add a modifier, and we want to add a subdivision surface. And they'll start to smooth things out. You can increase the levels here. As you can see, it gets smoother, and these are the very similar levels to the slider we had in Gravity Sketch. So there's a couple of options. Now, depending the mesh density should depend on the program you're moving it into and what the asset is going to be used for. So if you determine what those things are, if it's going to be close to camera, keep it nice, high poly, nice and detailed, or a higher subdivision level. And if it's further away or not visible as much, then it doesn't need to be as high quality. So essentially, we do this for all of the elements. I'm not going to do this now, as I've got my other file, but essentially what we need to do is UV unwrap. So going back to this guy, this is what we need to do now, is make sure that we take our model, lay it nice and flat, add our Santa print, and then so that it can wrap around and look really nice, okay? But we've got to do this unwrapping process here, and then we add the painting and do the painting and the textures in Painter. There are, as I've mentioned, there are UV unwrapping tools exporting from Modeler, and then also importing into Substance Painter there's also an unwrapping tool. And both aren't very great. So we're going to do this manually. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to hide everything apart from this guy. So Shift H on the Windows keyboard gives me this. And what we're going to do is we're actually just going to accept and apply this subdivision. So you can see here that what it's done is actually produced more geometry to make that a smoother curve. Now, from the side, unless you get really close, you're not really going to see these edges. And what we're going to be doing in Substance is baking the normals, which will actually help smooth that out in the renderer directly. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this geometry, and the first thing we're going to do is go to edit mode, and we're going to add a seam down the middle. And the reason why we do this is for that unwrapping process of defining where the edge is. Now, depending on your geometry, you want to make sure that you can hide the seams well, because you'll basically get an image starting on one side and then ending on the other, and it's very clear. But because of the way we've modeled it and we have an item going down the middle, that's actually going to mask that seam for us. So we go to edit mode. Okay, we go to edge mode, edge select here, and you can essentially just Shift Alt and click. Okay, and then we're going to add a few more items with Shift here, and then that's a really good start. So we do that, and then you can right click and then you mark seam. Okay, and now, like with Blender has all of these tabs along the top that allow you to do different things. So sculpting, UV editing. We're going to go straight to UV editing. Okay, and it's going to throw us all the way out, but we'll zoom in and actually show you what this looks like, or show you what the unwrap, tinfoil unwrap actually looks like. So we're in here, we're going to press A on the keyboard to select everything. And you can see this is what the texture would look like. It's just really strangely projected, nothing nice. This is the flat Santa right there. And then that's the 3D Santa there. So exactly the same matchup. What we're going to do on this screen, you can press A, middle mouse button to pan. And then what we do is we go to UV, unwrap, smart UV project. Now, there's many different ways to do this. There's lots of other tools out there that can help, but this is just my workflow that works really well. I check scale to bounds, click OK, and that'll then split it out. And you can see these are called UV islands, and you can see that it split the geometry in certain ways. And there we go. You can actually select certain faces. Can't see the box, but yeah, you can select these and move them around as you wish. So yeah, that's all okay. UV, you can go to UV then, and then go pack islands, which will shuffle them around. And if they don't get any bigger, then don't really bother. The whole idea of this is to make each UV island as big as possible, because it's going to have a texture on it, and we want the texture to be as high quality as possible. And you export these squares as textures, and you have to, depending on how many textures you have, determines the file size of everything. So Also, what I do is I scale this down because Blender puts the points right to the edge and Substance Painter doesn't like that. So if you hit S, that does scale, and I bring that down just inside the boundary and then click once. And that's it. We've UV unwrapped our first objects. And then we do the same process for each of the items. Now, what we have to do is actually group by material, okay? So if I do Alt-H, that unhides all. I'm going to delete this guy, don't want that. And then what we want to do is actually start to group. So I'm going to make this object one material. So we go to the materials, and then we just duplicate it. So it's got a different file name. We want one material for the marble. Each of these gold details that I'm selecting here, we want those to be another material, okay? And we want those to be UV mapped together. So the way we do that is we can just Control J, which actually joins them together as one particular item, so that when we hide it with H, it becomes hidden. And what we need to do is do that for everything. So I'm going to hide that, that's grouped, hide that, that's grouped, hide this, that's grouped, and then go through and start to do these things. So get rid of the base. There's two base things there, hide that. And then we've also got all of this mesh. I use the volume tool to make these just to fill the space very quickly. So what I'm going to do is let's select all these objects really quickly. And then go around to the back. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just join all of those together. Control H. Sorry. It is join. Control J. And then H to hide. There's a few bits I missed, but not a problem. So we can unhide that, select those guys with Shift and click. Join, hide. These guys don't really matter. Let's get rid of those. I'm leaving the squiggly bits till last, and I'm just now going to come through. You can box select as well, so press B and start to select your objects as well, which is nice. Okay, we're happy with that. Join, hide, and with all the squiggly bits, we then just B, box select, click and drag, and then join those together. Okay, so once we've done that, we then assign a material to each of those, and we do the UV unwrapping process that we just saw for each of the items. So what that then looks like is if I open this file that I made earlier, here we have, I go through and you can see, let's do all, you can see that if I select these objects, I need to be able to get to edit mode and object mode. So I select another object, go to edit mode. You can see that I have, it's very messy, but there's a lot going on here. So it's basically, I've asked it to split it up multiple times. I didn't add any extra UV seams here just because of the organic nature of it. This is sufficient for all intents and purposes today. The more time and care you spend with the UV unwrapping, the better quality the textures are going to be. But you can see this is all I needed to be able to get the quality that you saw previously in the example. So you can see all of these are one objects. I go to edit mode, you can see all of those planes. They're all nicely aligned, all running in the same direction. So yeah, that's essentially it for the Blender process. I've obviously skipped a few things, but those are the essentials. One last thing we need to do before exporting this, but essentially showing you the steps for each that need to be applied to each part. Now, what can happen in Gravity Sketch is when you draw a surface, that surface has a preferred side where a texture will be applied. And that surface points in a direction. That direction is called a vector. And what happens is that is a specific face direction. Now, when you draw in Gravity Sketch, sometimes if you draw up versus down when you do a surface, that vector or normal direction, as it's called, can be facing inwards or away from you. And what that means is that the texture won't render properly, which is really annoying. But there's one way to check if it has been done correctly or not. So that all of the vectors and all the faces are facing outwards, which is what we want. So the way you check that, and to make sure that all of the Santa texture is on the front, not on the back, and you've got tinfoil showing, you can go up to here, this overlays drop down, you click this, you click face orientation, okay? Blue is good, blue is what we want, but if I spin this round, okay, you can actually see already there's some red happening there, but you can see on the back face of these objects, it's red, okay? So, because this is just a thin plane, the UVs and all the textures are only going to be on the blue bits. But if, for example, let's just do a really quick example. If I select all of these objects, these faces, and then under mesh, normals, flip, if you saw your model like this, and in this case, this actually happened, it looked like this. And I was like, oh, what happened? That's not going to render properly in Substance Painter, and we're going to have a few problems. So what you need to do, select your object mode, change it to edit mode. Within the layout tab is best. Press A to select every face in this object. And then you go to mesh, normals, and then flip the normals. So the normal direction is the same as the vector. It's the way in which the surface is facing. Okay. I hope everyone is still with me. Then you go back to here, viewport overlays, and under geometry, you uncheck face orientation. Thank you for the thumbs up. So you can see here that all looks nice. So if you model it correctly, even I've been using it for so long, and when you're modeling, you don't realize that you're using the wrong way. There is a tool in the tool belt, in a wand, that allows you to check UVs, but yeah, you can check it there, or you can just do it here. Entirely up to you. Okay, so like I mentioned before, what we did is I selected this guy. I did a subdivision. So a step I didn't show you was that I brought the model into Blender. I selected that the side headpiece, okay? And what I did is I did a high poly version of it. So essentially, I added a modifier, and then you can see here, this is I used the subdivision modifier and just increased the subdivisions. And this is why we do a subdivision surface, because I only had a few edges and vertices here, and each time it takes one quad, which is what you see here, and divides it twice. So one quad becomes 4. And every time you increase that subdivision, it increases by 4 each time. Okay, it subdivides it. So then each existing plane, each face, each quad, then gets divided again into 4. So yeah, I can demonstrate it again. So this is what I exported into Modeler that we just sculpted on. So if I do another subdivision surface, if I increase it, it gets bigger. Okay. So if I then click apply, it'll subdivide even further. But okay, so that's what that looks like. I exported that, and then what I did is, once I finished with Modeler, I exported the high density sculpted mesh and I brought it back into Blender. Okay, so let me do that now. So select this guy, and it's down here. Oof, there we go. Cool. So this is that sculpted mesh from Modeler. Okay, I exported about 60,000-70,000 polygons, and you can see that it's not that dense. It's actually done a really good job at getting a low poly mesh but keeping the shapes. But I would, if I did this again, I would export it again around 100,000, 200,000 polys. just so that we're not getting this faceting. But it looks good. It looks pretty passable. If this was a hero element, I would definitely export this high density mesh much higher, because we have the low poly that we're going to put all the textures on. Okay, so all this lovely detail is going to get baked into a texture, into the Santa Claus texture, and then allows us to. Are using the mesh from Gravity Sketch for UV mapping? Correct. Yes, Azim. We are using the Gravity Sketch meshes to do the UV unwrapping, and then because when you bring in this sculpted version, it's lost the UVs, so there's no point in doing it, because we're going to import the Gravity Sketch mesh into Substance Painter, okay, and then we're going to reference this high poly geometry in Substance Painter to bake all the details in. So we're not actually using that high density mesh, because if we wanted to put this into something like Unity that doesn't have Unreal's nanite, it's not going to be able to cope with this amount of polygons if you wanted lots of assets in the scene. So yeah, really great question, and thank you for having me clarify that. So this is what we've got. So what we do is we export everything. So I don't export that. I export it like this, okay, with the Gravity Sketch mesh, okay. I use B, select everything. Nope, object mode. B, select everything, and then we go File, Export, and then I export. You can export GLTF or FBX. I did an FBX. And then I called it Split, and it was about 5 megabytes when I did it. Okay, let's open up Substance Painter. So that actually, we ran through the Blender stuff really quite quickly, which is great because there's a lot of things in Substance Painter that I think we should really cover, because there's no point you guys watching me unwrap all the things individually. It takes time, it's laborious, but you'll see the value we get when we do it. So, okay, so this is Substance Painter. Now, I'll just take a look. So, a very powerful texturing tool. And this is the basic layout of the space. So we've got all our materials and assets on the left. We've got standard materials. We've got smart materials, which are basically like Photoshop layers, but you can come in and start to, you can just drag and drop these on once they're all set up, which is really nice. These are a bit more basic. You can import custom textures in here and basically layer them or project them onto the mesh in here. There's some really powerful dynamic brushes as well that use gravity. Incredible stuff. So this is the main palette for all your materials. You've also got in here some generators or smart masks that allow you to select edges of things after we've analyzed the mesh. You get rust and dust and grease and dirt from the ground, really powerful. You've got different filters. You've got certain brushes, so you can have rough edges and go very sort of Procreate on this, but this is like on 3D times 100. And then we've got different decals that you can actually stick to the surface, which is really cool. Different normals that we're going to be using later as well to add extra texture detail but looks 3D. So I'll explain what normals are shortly. We've got all sorts of fabrics and patterns and gradients and grunge textures, and then lots of different HDRIs as well, because we can render in here as well, which is really nice. So let's go from scratch and import that model from Blender, and I'll show you where we put the high poly version to get all that lovely detail. Okay. If anyone's struggling with any of the terms, that's completely fine. Don't hesitate to drop a question if you want me to recover something or approach it from a new angle, because there's a lot of terms, and if you're not a big 3D user, you might have to go through this recording a few times, but yeah. Okay, do I have a diagram that shows the relationships or connections between the softwares and the processes? I don't, but I can do something at the end on the fly to really help show the process. Yeah, if that helps. I'll keep your question there as a reminder for when we get through there. So yes, great question. But in summary, very quickly, all we're doing is taking these two guys as modeling softwares, we put them into Blender. Okay, that's inspiration, and then it goes into Painter. So, I mean, that's a quick diagram, but essentially it's this. Okay, so MidJourney inspiration actually goes so far. Yeah, let's just pop those like that. Cool. Okay, great. That makes more sense. Great. So MidJourney, we brought into Gravity Sketch as reference. So you could even do it more like this as a process. Let's do this. Yeah. So that's the process. MidJourney goes into Gravity Sketch, produces a model. We took the high, so that's kind of like an alternative route that you can go up and over to. You know, we can do this. Yeah, and then also that can also do this. So yeah, that's a really good diagram, and I will include that for future workshops. So I'm going to answer that as live. That's great. Can you compare the UV functions between softwares that you use? If you don't know if you've ever worked on Rhino or 3ds Max and you have any thoughts. Cool. Yes, I will cover that. I'm going to keep that, and I'll definitely answer that at the end. We're well on track in terms of time. So yes, I'll show you the differences between the UV functions. And yes, I've used 3ds Max for, you can see it down there. I've been using 3ds Max for over a decade. So I prefer that as a piece of software for UVing and unwrapping, but Blender is free, and it is quick to do what we need to do for today, and just to get stuff working and quickly prototyping stuff. I've used Rhino a little bit, but yeah, it's not so much the tools, it's your approach, and essentially what the final use case of that asset is for really defines the process and how you UV unwrap stuff. So I'll keep that there. We'll come back. Nice. Cool. Thank you so much, guys. The question's very useful. So over here, we've got texture set list and settings. We'll cover that in a minute. We've got layers that work just like Photoshop layers. You can actually layer the materials one on top of the other. So you can actually have like a rough concrete finish, but then gold over the top, and then use a smart mask to eat away at the gold. Looks incredible. And then the properties for each of the layers and each of the materials. So you can come in and pick gold and then change the color of the gold here, which is really nice. So what we do is we go File and we go New. Then within this dialog box here, what we do is we can select a template. I don't, but you can come in here. It is quite useful if you know exactly what it is you're using. And if you know that your assets are going in Spark AR or Unreal, then yes, you can start to use those templates. So again, if you have an idea of where it's going, that really does help the asset creation process. File, you then click select, and then you pick your file. Okay, so what I did is I picked the split FBX, and I click open. And then now you need to pick your document resolution. So going back to the textures that we are going to be working with and producing, and going back to our amazing Santa example, these textures can only be certain sizes. There are very specific numbers that work in the gaming industry. and they're by the powers of 2. Okay, so they're perfectly square, and they work in these orders. So 128 by 128, and that's the number of pixels. So they're really low res. And you might have heard it in televisions, but 4906 by 4906 is essentially 4K. 2048 is 2K, 1K. So if you hear me say, or anyone in the industry says, oh, are these textures 1K or 2K or 4K? That's talking about the resolution. Now, Spark AI will only accept 1024 by 1024, whereas Unreal can accept 4K textures. So it's really up to you. What I do in Substance is I start with 4K, and then when you export, you can actually choose different resolution options. And UDIMs, which I mentioned earlier, which we're not going to go into too much detail or go into today at all, is you can essentially have like a dragon at 4K or 2K, and then the eyeballs, for example, a smaller item at 10K, so that you're actually being efficient with your texture size and the actual production of those assets. We're going to use the existing UV tile workflow, just keep that as it is. And because we've already done the UV process in Blender, there is this auto unwrap feature here. Now you can do that, and it'll take some time because we have around 5 or 6 different objects, 5 or 6 different materials. So we'll do a quick test on just one of those pieces later, which is beneficial for those that want to know. So I uncheck auto unwrap. I leave everything else as it is, doesn't really bother me, or shouldn't need to, and just click OK. All right, so this is going to sit and think about it. And there we go. We have our model. So holding Alt and clicking, just like in well, not in Blender, but in other tools, you can actually navigate. If I also change this drop down to 3D and 2D, you can see we have the asset here. If you hold Shift and right mouse click, you actually and slide the mouse, you'll rotate the light, and you can see it updates the 2D texture at the same time as it does the 3D. Okay, so this is the geometry. It's looking really nice. If it comes in gray or black, then your UVs are a bit weird and a bit dodgy, so you're gonna have to go fix those. But otherwise, this is looking really nice. So you can see here the texture sets. We now have all of these guys. And a step that we didn't do in Blender is we didn't name our materials. So we can do that in Blender, or we can do that here. It is a really good practice to come in and start to name these things here, because you're not going to know the difference between these guys. You can come here and you can hide stuff. So this here, I'm just going to go armor. This guy here, that's kind of like the base structure. Put that in there. This guy is the base. This guy is the neck details, and you can see the UV maps changing as I click each of these. This guy, these are the gold details. This guy is the, what do we call this? Mask details. Okay, and then we've got the reflective piece, which is that piece there. Cool. So the first thing we have to do is we have to actually bake the mesh maps. Now, what this means is Substance Painter needs to process the geometry to produce those lovely shadows and the curvature maps that we saw earlier, and allow us to actually start painting things and making it look really nice. Because you can just grab these materials and just drag them on. Just click, drag, and then there you go, it's on. But you'll see here that the texture is just a square texture, it's tiled, and this is where the UV seams and the islands, you can see start to create some interesting things. But otherwise, the detail looks pretty nice straight out the gate. But it'll look even better with the mesh maps. So what we do is we go to texture set settings, okay, scroll down. Okay, and then you'll see mesh maps. Now, this is just the term that Substance Painter uses. and then you go bake mesh maps, right? This will then open up a separate, another window. This is then the baking mode. That's it's new actually, and it's really improved and really nice. Okay, so what we'll do is there's a visualization you can turn on and off. And then what we need to do is output size. So there's lots of things happening here. It gets very complicated, but this, if you just follow where I'm clicking, this will help a lot. So if you click the output size, we're going to make it 4K just so we can process them. And it looks really nice as it processes. Keep this the same for now, but what you can do is use the low poly, so this low poly mesh that we have, as the high poly. We don't want to do that. What we want to do is import our high poly mesh for the sculpts to get those lovely baked details in. What we'll do is I'll show you what it looks like without, and then what we'll do is we'll come in and change, we'll click this button and then select the high density mesh, this sculpt here, and include that, okay? What we'll do, the only other options that I change is I come down and I go to ambient occlusion and I increase the secondary rays up to about 130, just midway through. I do the same for curvature. And then I do the same for there's thickness as well. Yeah, cool. Now, this is the really cool bit where it actually analyzes the mesh really nicely. So what I'll do is I'll just click bake textures for you guys to see that process. That looks great. So this is calculating the normals. Now, the standard purple, so it runs through each of the items and then analyzes and produces each of the textures. So the standard purple you see is just a flat normal. Yeah, and then what it does is that's the nice ambient occlusion shadow. So because the geometry and the surfaces are so close to each other, they get really nice contact shadows. Really good question. Do you know if Substance will someday be in VR? I would love Substance Painter to be in VR and actually be able to paint and actually sculpt normals in there. I'd love it. I doubt it. People have asked the developers of Modeler whether we're going to get those tools in VR. I personally asked for them because I've been part of the closed beta for Modeler, so I've also got development builds on this machine as well, trying out new tools, which is also really cool. Would be amazing. But this is just really nice to see it analyze the geometry and get these lovely, gorgeous shadows at the back of the head. So it's doing each piece bit by bit and creating a normal map, a world space normal, IDs, ambient occlusion, curvature, position, things. So that's it, that's done. And depending on how good your machine is, will determine how quickly that's done. Once we're finished, we go return to painting mode. And now, excuse me, this will look a lot more, it's look a little nicer, a little crisper. Substance Painter has now analyzed the mesh and it knows what it's working with, and it looks really nice. So now what we can do is we can actually view these mesh maps. So I'll give you a little preview earlier, but this little drop down affects the visuals of this window. And so we go to base color, no color applied, so it'll just show you the blank checkerboard pattern. And this is why we do the UVing, so that we can actually see that checkerboard properly. Nothing in here. So we go to mesh maps, we go to normal. Now, normals basically take that surface that we spoke about earlier, and this pink, this purpley lilac color just means that it's perfectly smooth against the surface. There's no actual bumps or anything like that. And the way that you add detail, you can add detail into the texture maps, into this normal map. And essentially what happens in the gaming engine is you'll have a light source and it'll shoot rays at this surface and it'll look at the bump map and it'll actually basically bounce light based on the normal position. So if you've got little divots and little details, you can actually, it'll actually affect the lighting, which is really, really nice. So we're going to put all of our sculpted detail of the headpiece into the normal map. Okay, hopefully that's clear. This is world normals. So essentially what it is normals, as you can see for the different colors, all it is just lights around the scene project a certain color. And that is a way of understanding where things are coming from. And you can actually use these to actually help inform the texturing process. Okay, so, you know, it's green on the inside of these faces because there's a green light behind the camera. There's a pink one here. And then you can actually see, as you move around, you can see these green parts from different areas. So it's just a way of analyzing all of the angles of all the surfaces there. So really powerful tool to be able to do this and be able to see all these things. Different color IDs. So because we have different materials, this is just the basic colors used in the scene. Ambient occlusion, which for me is one of the main things that most assets are missing when it comes to creating good quality things. So there's a lot of AR assets out and about that don't have any ambient occlusion, okay? An ambient occlusion is just, if you had an ambient light, like a cloudy day, for example, there aren't any harsh direct shadows, but we've got these soft contact shadows. So this thing has calculated all of those for all the geometry, and that's why we needed UV maps for everything so that it can actually paste it on. So if I go to the texture sets, if I go base structure, you can actually see, if I zoom in on the texture, how nice these are. So this curved piece here, because that's actually touching, it goes black. But because that's curving away from the surface, you can see how that becomes a lovely gradient away from that point of contact. Okay, and you get that nice sort of blur, Gaussian blur on there. So yeah, so this is what we want. We want these segments, these UV islands, to have the textures on there, and nice high quality as well, because I've set it to 4K. And it just looks the part. It looks very grounded. It looks like all the parts are designed and built together, and actually adding these real world materials really to something quite alien or ethereal or just out of this world really makes it a bit more realistic. So, and when you're looking at all these rendered films and things like that, and CGI and VFX, they render the lighting and they produce these AO passes as video. And, you know, you've got nice corner shadows of that central piece, which is just a stroke. And yeah, so ambient occlusion, really, really nice. Curvature, a bit more detailed, but basically where there's a sharp curve, it'll go white. And when it's shallow, it's just gray by default. So you can actually use these maps, and I'll show you a little cool trick with curvature map later. Position allows, like, if you are doing something that's in contact with the ground, you could use position and actually put dirt at the bottom, working upwards and fading up as it goes up. And we've got thickness, which is a really nice way of actually telling how you can actually take this map and use, say, if some of these materials were skin or a candled material, you can actually use the density in the shaders of the gaming engine to make light pass through it differently, which is really, really nice. Height maps, we're not using height maps. Height maps are very similar to normal maps, but they allow you to add more displacement or much more rugged surfaces. We're not using bent normals, there's no opacity, and that's kind of it. So we just go back to material lighting up here, straight back into what we need. Okay, and now we're here, now the fun begins. Now we're going to actually start to add layers to each of these guys and get some nice textures going. So let's add a marble effect to here. So what we're going to do is just bring up reference image really quickly, because it's always good to have a reference image around. So we had it here in Gravity Sketch. I'm going to put this on the other screen, but just a little reminder of what we're looking at here. Okay. So And now what I'm going to do is, so the mesh maps, actually, I'm just going to demonstrate how the mesh maps work here. So we can actually add the mesh maps in the layer. So we can actually put the ambient occlusion back onto here, onto the model and onto the final textures. So if I go base, okay, no, base structure. And what I'm going to do is going to add a new layer, okay, and I click this sparkler button and I want to add a generator, okay. And when I do that, it becomes a child of that layer, and then in the properties it says no generator selected, and then color, metal, roughness, normal, and height. Each material has these as options, okay. What I'm going to do is just go to generator, okay, and I'm going to click ambient occlusion. What that's going to do, that's going to pull in the mesh map automatically for us. I click that. You can see it's looking a bit weird, and that's because we've got all of these selected. If you alt-click color, then that has now applied the ambient occlusion map to our model. Okay, so now if I come up to the layer, what I can do is I can actually drag this slider and change the opacity and turn it on and off. You can see the shadows underneath getting nice, really nice. And then what we're going to do, because we want to put things underneath this, we can actually, just like Photoshop, click normal and come down, and we can multiply this. We're going to multiply it so that underneath it'll be whatever color we pick. So let's just start dragging some materials on. Let's start building this up. So you click all libraries. So we go all materials, and here we can just drag, say, concrete onto here if we want. Okay. Now it's going to sit and it's going to think about it. And there we go. It has added a concrete texture to that back part there, as an example. And you can see it's layered, but the concrete's on top of our ambient occlusion because we just drag and dropped it. So drag that below, and you can now see that ambient occlusion is over the top of our concrete, which looks really cool. You can come into here and actually, with concrete selected, we can pop that back. With concrete selected, you can actually scroll down in the properties and you can increase the tiling amount, this is a texture and it's tiled, so you can increase the tiling amount or decrease it to see more of the texture. You can come in and change colors and offsets and slide the texture around. But we're not going to use concrete today. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use, let's go to smart materials, and I'm going to use let's get a plastic and we'll do some rubber. I've got lots of custom ones in here, ones that I've made. Let's go plastic rubber. I like the little effect on there. So we can drag that also into the layers tab. So we can drag it underneath our ambient occlusion. And then you can see here that it's actually kept the concrete texture underneath it. So I can actually hide that so that it doesn't show up, or click delete. And then there's that plastic rubber. Now, I think that's a little too dark because we can't then see the ambient occlusion underneath. So because it's a smart material, previously we just had a sphere there, but because it's a smart material, there's a folder. We click that folder. A smart material is just multiple layers of materials. Now, let me show you what this looks like. If I swing around the back, move the light with me, holding shift and right click. You can actually turn off the surface damage, the surface details, and the color. So you could just have surface details coming through if you want to just plain white color, or switch the color back on, select the color, scroll down in the properties, and then we get that opportunity to change the base color. Click this guy, and we can make this whatever color we want. Okay, so we can really have some fun with this. So yes, the original inspirational image was just kind of a black base. I'm going to make it slightly lighter, but you can go to town and make all sorts of crazy color iterations, purely just having fun. Like, we could have had a lot more fun in Gravity Sketch and really pulled these out and really gone to town. So at each stage, you can definitely be much more creative if you wish. And that's where the fun is. And if you're not having fun, what's the point? So definitely enjoy it as much as you can. So that is, we're done for that piece. That piece looks really nice. Then I'm going to go over to my marble. I've got a really nice marble collection. Materials, not those little glass things. And I really like this one that's got gold sort of flecking in it. So what I'm going to do is go to the reflective material, and then I'm going to drag and drop that into my layer stack. It's going to sit and process because there's quite a few layers in here. It's going to sit and think about it. So that's what this bar is. Sometimes you might see the error come up, in the console. Do read it. If it doesn't work, then have a look at the logs to fix things. Otherwise, you can just ignore them if it works. But this is the marble material that's come out, which looks quite nice. I like it, but I want to edit it slightly. So I'm going to expand, and I'm going to come down. I'm going to get rid of the dirt. I don't want the dirt. I don't want any edge wear, so that we get that lovely gold effect there. I'm going to get rid of edge scratches as well. It's nice, but it's not what we had in the image. I'm just here for the gold. And then we can turn off the base. So we've got just the gold, or we can turn on the gold. That looks quite nice. What I'm going to do is click the base, and I'm actually going to go and change the settings for the base, because I think there's too much. It's too dense at the moment. So what we can do is go into the base properties, come down to tiling, and increase the tiling. We can increase the tiling, and that adds more detail, or we can decrease the tiling so there's less of it. And here is a really good example of a UV seam that we just don't really want or need. So to fix that, we'd have to go back into Blender. But for today, we're not going to do that. But this looks quite nice on this side here. The way we can fix this is actually we can actually fade down that texture if we wish, or we can actually offset it so that it's just clean on both sides, which would be quite nice. So we're going to do this for this layer, and then we're going to do it for the gold as well. So that looks a little easier on the eye. We go to gold, make sure you click then the next box, which is the mask next to it, because there's 3 things in there. Super detailed, but it's all this layering up that makes it look really nice and really professional. So we go to fill, and then we can actually change then the amount of tiling here. So that looks quite nice. Yeah, looks really quite nice there. Cool. So I'm also going to change the offset a little bit, see if we can get a patch over that area without any gold in. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Cool. So that's the marble piece done. I mean, we could, if we wanted to, go to the base and change the roughness, because at the moment it's not, it's kind of matte. So if you do this, it will become more matte. You do this, it becomes super shiny. So I'm going to make it super glossy, as you can see there, super shiny. That looks really nice. So you can see the HDRI move in the background. I mean, you know, never use all black or all white on things, just to get a bit more realism. Cool. That looks great. So now we're finished with that particular material. We are now going to move on to the main mask part. So we'll go mask details, which is this guy. Looks cool without the geometry. Okay, so now we go to mask details. You click that, and you can see we've got a whole blank piece here. So now what I'm going to do is there is a really nice material at the top called bronze armor. And what I'll do is I'll drag that on, and that'll sit and think about that whilst it pulls in the mesh maps and then renders the textures, and see all the detail dipping in, and you can see how it looks really, really nice. So what we're going to do, the color's not quite right though, so we need a bit more yellow, a bit more orange in here. So we're going to expand that folder again, go down to base metal, and then change the base color. Now I'm going to slide this up to be a bit more yellow. Let's give that more of a pop. Pull out the color a bit. Yeah, cool. That looks nice. And then from here, we're going to do what we did before, is add the ambient occlusion, because there's some nice shadows within the corners that we're missing here that hasn't come through properly. So or we've got in the mesh map, but we haven't got in the texture. So here we go. We go new paint layer. Okay, add a generator. Go down to the settings of the properties, hit generator, ambient occlusion, and then Alt, click color. Okay, and that's done it, but you've got all the other textures from below coming in. So ambient occlusion on and off, but if we change to multiply, then that brings the color, and you can see the difference there, especially here where we've got quite close proximity to this edge. You can see how that shadow comes on, and that's just really nice seeing that there. Now, if you're doing a really close-up example of this, I would definitely increase the subdivisions, because you can see we are getting some angling, but the user, if this is just a small statue on a desk or even a human-sized sculpture, the user or the platform isn't going to get that close to this. So yeah, it's all about how close it's going to be to the camera. So that's looking really nice. I'm really happy with that so far. So now what we can do, because we've identified the main bronze or the gold, and we want this to be consistent, what we can do is we can actually apply this same bronze armor, this exact material. So if I change the color here, it changes everywhere. We can now actually right click and instantiate this across texture sets and across different materials, basically. So we click this, we click none, and we want this to go into the gold details as well. And this is why we name our layers. That it goes from the mask details, which is the source, onto there automatically. Click OK, wait for it, and let the magic happen. And there we go. That has now put the gold on all of these lovely details over here as well. So really nice. And as I said before, just to demonstrate, yes, lots of hearts in the chat. Yeah. You can come here and we can now change the material, and it changes everywhere. Okay, really nice, and amazing ability. And this is why these tools exist, and this is why it's an incredible tool for this asset creation. So I'm also now going to do this for same steps for the other armor pieces. So I really actually quite liked what we did for the base structure, this plastic rubber. Okay, so I'm going to right click and then instantiate across multiple texture sets. So we're going to do that for the armor on the shoulder pieces. I'm going to do that for the neck details. And then we're going to click OK. Sit back and watch the magic happen. Okay, now it still doesn't look quite as good. It's nice. We've got some nice details in here. A bit of grain and things which look quite nice, and looks nice on the gold. However, we're still missing those ambient occlusion textures, which can look really nice. So when we're here, we're in the base. No, we need to go to armor, and then we're going to go above the plastic rubber, add a new layer, generator. We can instantiate this layer, but I just wanted a bit more control because I want to change the values and the sliders. So by all means, you can do that. So here we can see the lovely shadows coming in, because of the light from above. And we go there, and we go multiply. Okay, so before and after just seems a bit more grounded and just really makes it look really nice. And then we'll do the same for the neck details. Neck details above the plastic, new layer, add a generator, ambient occlusion, alt click color, let it process, normal, multiply. There we go, looking really nice. Okay, now I'm going to go back on what I said. I don't like the base structure having this. This is still too dark, and I want these to be darker. So what we're going to do is we can just delete this one here. Let's go. Yeah, we'll redo it, not a problem. Let's go remove layer. Okay, cool. And then we will then add that back on. So we went to plastic. And we could use rubber tire. Oh no, we'll use this rubber dry. That seems quite nice. Let's do that. Expand. Rubber base. Change the color. What is it? Lighter. Oh, wrong place. Undo. That's why we've got base structure. And if we do, yeah, if we delete this one, it deletes it for all of them. Not a problem. So we do rubber dry. Put you there. Base. It's good to just reinforce this. So we go to armor and we're going to make sure that we do both bits. So we've got plastic, rubber, that's what we had before. I'm going to put it here and we're just going to make sure that this part, and we'll instantiate that onto the neck details only so that we can control it. We want to be able to come in and control these things individually. Yeah, cool. We've got the gray at the back, and then we've got the, yeah, I still want to see a bit more gray. There's some nice ambient occlusion happening here, but we didn't change the neck detail. So if I turn the ambient occlusion off and on, yeah, we can see what we've got there. Cool. All right, so this is looking nice. I like the darker black and then the gray on the sides. There looks really, really nice. Cool. So we'll just drag and drop this plastic. We didn't really do the UV mapping properly on this item, but we've just gone for a nice glossy base, nothing too special. Cool. So now's a great time to save it, but we could have saved it multiple different points along the way. Now what we're going to do is we're going to rebake the mesh maps with our sculpted detail. Okay, auto save. Clearly in tune with when I needed to save. Cool. So this is looking really nice. And then let's bake on the details, okay, of that high poly mesh. Now, if you made a mistake or you need to re-import your geometry back into Substance Painter, you don't need to start again from scratch. You can go to Edit and you can go to Project Configuration, and then you can just select a new FBX from here. And then it'll import, and you will need to rerun the baked mesh map. So you go to the texture set settings, you come down to bake mesh maps, and then you'll need to rebake those mesh maps if you've changed any of the UVs or geometry. So cool. Alt and left mouse click, and then middle mouse pan to pan. So what we do is we're going to bake the mesh maps again. Okay, we come back into this interface, go to common settings, which is where we were before, and we're going to go to the high definition meshes, click this little paper button, and then we're going to click our sculpt. Okay, so this is the exported geometry from Substance Modeler, where we sculpted the extra details. It's coming up with a few little red areas where the geometry doesn't quite fit, and we can increase what's called the cage if we wish to. And actually play around with it, but it's fine for what we need, absolutely fine. So what you do is you then come back here and then click bake, select textures. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you can see that detail coming in. So one thing you guys will need to note is when you export the low poly and the high poly geometry, you have to make sure that they're both in exactly the same place. If for whatever reason they're not, you'll get a weird offsetting and your textures will be all offset. So you need this one and the high resolution mesh, as you can see there, poking through to sit in exactly the same place to get the quality there. Okay. So let's have a quick look. So let's let this finish. Any questions, feel free to shout at any point, even if it's about other things as well. So I don't think, yeah, I don't think that's worked properly. Didn't see it come in. Yeah, that's not worked properly. Okay, so let me open up the other file. Let's do a quick save. Oh, it's just processing. Let's go back. Details. Let's come back. Yeah, we had a bit of an error, but essentially, this is what it'll look like once it comes through. So let me hide a few things. Let's go, let me peel back a few of the layers. So we go to, what's it called? Not structure. Gold, yeah, cool. I called this one gold. And then if I hide the ambient occlusion, you can see here that this is what it looks like. So what's happened is it's taken that information and it's now baked it onto the texture. Now, it's not super clean, it's not perfect, but that's because we pulled things around a little bit and the mesh density wasn't quite that high. But what that's done is really nicely added those sculpted details. It's not pulled the geometry around at all. It's just textures. So it's just how the light bounces off the surface. It also helps create those shadows. So I switched the ambient occlusion shadows on, and we've actually got shadows in those recesses that are now been sculpted. So if I change the lighting, yeah, you can see there's more shadows in each of those parts, which is really nice. Cool. And then now we can actually start to play around with some more of the tools in here. So another thing I like to do is to change the curvature or play with the curvature. So the same way, so you can see here, what that's doing is that's darkening some of the edges in here. So it really makes the sculpted details pop. And how I did that, if I delete that layer, I'll show you how we did that. So very similar to bringing in a ambient occlusion mesh map, we click the paintbrush, okay, go to generators, go add generator. And then in the generator options, we click there, and then you can see curvature in here. You can do all sorts of things. You can pick any of these options, but curvature, play around with them and see what you think. Curvature, again, alt click just to assign the color. And you can see here that it's quite different. You can see what the mesh map looks like. I actually changed this one to overlay for this particular thing, and it's a bit too harsh. So I then come here and drag the slider down a little bit. You can see without, with, I like something kind of in between, around 70%, looks quite nice. Yeah, and it just adds a bit more of a weathered look. Looks quite nice. For what we get. So yeah, so those are the main tools that I use for this process to get that kind of detail and to really bake all those details in, because it just looks so nice. And yes, it's a lot of work to turn the AI image into this, but now we can animate this. We can animate a camera around it. We can see this from 360 degrees. We could do all sorts of really cool things now that we've got some decent low poly geometry and then high poly baked textures in here. So let's start to play around. And if you guys have got any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Do you still make those AR face filters? Do you have any advice or story for getting these technologies monetized in the market? Really good question. Yes, I still make they're less face filters, but I do create AR effects and experiences for Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. Face filters, less so. I mean, I could easily turn this into a face filter. I probably will just for fun. However, clients a lot more are going towards world-facing effects. So being able to place objects in a scene or have them anchored to target trackers or images like movie posters. And so, yeah, it's more about, with AR experiences, it's more about the narrative of things. So I could reduce the quantity of this mesh, or remove the cables and do something a little more simpler or less dense in terms of geometry, and then be able to place this in AR. So more optimization is needed, and yeah, that's another workshop topic in general. But again, being aware of where you want these assets to go means that you model them effectively or efficiently. So if, for example, this neck piece down here was just lots of vertical cables, you could just have a single surface and then render the high poly 3D tubes and actually have them all as normal maps, so that you get a really nice bumpy effect, but you can't tell that they're not actual pipes. But from a distance, they look like lots of pipes. So yeah, there's lots of these little tools and tips and old gaming engine shortcuts and workarounds that game engine developers and 3D artists have used for years to mimic reality or mimic ray traced information. So yeah, there's lots of amazing things we can do with these assets once you've created them. So yeah, cool. I'll mark that as answered. Are you planning to get any design fabricated in the future? There is technically nothing stopping me from 3D printing what you see here. I would just increase the subdivisions, take more time sculpting it, because I do personally have a resin 3D printer. So yeah, I could 3D print this. There might be a bit more cleanup, like this hollow parts. Again, the process is slightly different in the modeling side of things, but I would definitely model it for 3D printing. Yes, definitely. So it's slightly different. I would use one single mesh to keep it watertight and then sculpt in the details on the top. And then with 3D printing, you need to make it hollow. So shell it, make that single surface thicker and concise and watertight, and then 3D print that. So yes, if this was for an AR filter, I need to optimize it more. If it's the 3D printing, I would add more sculpted details, and because normal maps don't really work. What you would do is you wouldn't do any substance painter for 3D printing this stuff. You'd split it into parts. Again, all the black things get printed separately, all the gold things get printed separately, all the white things get printed separately, and then spray painted and assembled later. But again, it's knowing what you need to build first. There's no, oh, I'm just going to build it and then I can do all of this stuff with it. You do have to do a bit of planning ahead of time. So cool. So if we're happy with this, let's start doing some renders. So really quick and quite easy to miss, but you just hit this iRay camera icon, top right, just next to the texture set list property box. Click this, and then this will then go into render mode. So it goes full screen, and it'll just start to render what we've got. Now you can come into the settings here, hit the magnifying glass, and you can see that that's just rendering. As soon as I move the camera, that will then restart the render. Okay. If I come down here, we've got environment map. There's lots of different environment maps. So I can just place this here. I can then move it here, and you can see how the lighting changes. And this is the beauty of what we have built here. So this is why we build the textures the way we do, because this now means that when the lighting changes, and that can happen dynamically in engine, like the sun sets and the sun will glint off of these objects, because we've baked in that quality and that detail, it happens in real time. And that's what we want. So there might be cast shadows. So if there was a tree in the way and it will render the leaves, you know, the shadow of the leaves over the face, really nice, look really, really great. But we won't lose the ambient occlusion shadows, and it won't need to calculate them for this asset because we've already baked them in, which is really, really nice. So this looks super nice in this environment just because of the lighting as it is, but we can do custom lighting as well. So that's rendered, that's done. And it depends on how good your machine is, but you can come here and increase the samples, and all it will do is just get less and less noisy, because that's just how iRay works. So it does 98 samples, and that's done because 10 seconds is set. So let's say let's render it for 20 seconds and off we go. Cool, next question. So how about the custom materials? Is it a usual part of the workflow with Substance Painter? So the smart materials are yes. So just briefly, once the render's done, you can just click Save Render, and then it'll open it up, and then we can just save it. You can specify the aspect ratio. This is 1920. Let's go desktop, and we'll just go design marketing. Cool, and then that's that render done. So really, really nice to be able to come in. There's also a few other settings that you can actually come here. You can change the ground level. You can add a different effects as well. So you can add depth of field, bit of tone mapping, bit of glare, vignette, like lens distortion, all to make it a bit more realistic. But they all change as you move the sun around. So, oh yeah, look at this. So we changed the glare a little bit. You know, you can get some nice highlights on things. So yeah, again, just coming in and playing with the settings, that we're getting some really nice highlights here. So I'm gonna let this one render out. So in terms of the custom materials, so there are the standard materials that you can just drag and drop, but as soon as you start layering materials up, and I haven't shown you, but I will shortly, how to use masks to help reveal the layers underneath or different colors underneath. That's when it becomes really powerful. And once you've built those layers up at Maria, you can actually save that stack in a folder and save it as your own smart material. So I'll show you, I'll drag and drop a smart material that I've made previously and put it on and show you what that looks like and how that looks. So if I do save render, let's do that as number 2. Cool, this is looking nice. So we click the paintbrush to go back to the painter mode, and you can see some of those effects are still visible here. But this material here that I'm going to drag and drop straight onto the gold detailing, if I just click this, drag and drop, I have to put it below, but essentially it's going to take a little while to process because this is a material that I built a while ago, but it's great for me to bring in a new model, throw on a cool texture and see how it looks. So if you're on my Instagram, you'll see that this is that same ancient bronze, but I've added this really cool green weathering effect here. And this again uses the ambient occlusion and curvature maps. I mean, this is nice. Thank you for the hearts. Appreciate it. You can see here how that looks just in Substance Painter. So you can see that there's a rough layer over the top. Now this is a 4K texture. So if you export a 4K texture, it'll look like this. If you export this as a 1K texture, so 1024 by 1024, it won't look like this. It'll look a lot more pixelated, but yeah, really, really nice. And you can see how it's kind of worn the corrosion off on the surface. So yes, this is why we love Substance Painter. Cool. So yeah, you can go to town and then just drag this. So yeah, should we have a bit of fun? Let's instantiate this across the armor and the neck details as well. Gonna take a while, but it'll look really cool. So we'll have this clean line, you know, could make this marble as well. So just because we've done it, you know, we don't have to stay true to the AI inspirational image. It's just that, an inspirational image, you know, let your creativity take over. But yeah, this guy's starting to look really cool. So custom materials, yeah, I would say as you get more used to smart materials, you tend to just use those and start to get complex and build those up because it looks really, really cool. So I'm going to answer that one. Cool. What's your outlook on workflows like this as AI generated text to 3D mesh generators improved? I'm glad you asked. I knew it would come up. So there are already a number of AI text to mesh generator, looks like a green parent, yeah. Mesh generators from text already out there because they're obviously working on it. Now, this has the handcrafted nature of this. Now, it will get to a point where each of these individual parts could be individually generated by text to 3D generators, and then you can assemble them. Eventually, you will be able to generate something like this, but you'll need to do it. It needs to be at different levels of intricacy. So you need to start with the macro form, and then it'll generate that form, and then you say, okay, well, now split this into different pieces, and you go, okay, go away. Now add me surface details on 3 of the pieces, but keep this one smooth. So it's kind of like an iterative process. It's not just going to be able to do it straight away initially. But for AI to generate this as a mesh, we'll get there eventually. And at the end of the day, this is just a tool, and it's just an amalgamation of everything that it's been fed. So it's great for combining things that haven't been combined before. That's amazing. That's very inspirational. But also, if you want to create new things that aren't in its data set, you can't do that with these tools. And this is where humans are the products of their lives and their experiences. And I feel that my interpretation of this has me in it. It's different. It's a part of me and my learning and what I've gathered and everything that I'm you know, working towards as an artist. So it doesn't just stop here. Like the creativity, the fact that we've gone ahead and changed this or changed the form ever so slightly or gone into more detail elsewhere means that we can we can divulge and then create amazing, great things without AI. AI is a tool. It's going to be a very powerful tool. And in terms of like commercial use of AI to 3D, I think you're always going to need someone to help the client articulate what it is they want, but also to help sort of, you know, AI whisper approach of things where you're going to still need to have that conversation, being able to translate what the client wants to get the AI to do what you want. So was the picture you just shown also sculpted? No, this is the original AI image used as inspiration in Gravity Sketch in the earlier part of the webinar. So this is what inspired us, and with more time you could definitely go in and start to sculpt all of these details in that we have there. So, but yes, the AI tools are getting better by the day, and especially for terms of productivity. But yes, we're still quite a way away from them being able to produce something like this at this quality, this optimized, and baked and everything ready to go. So yeah, I still think that using the VR tools, you are, as I mentioned earlier, baking in that handcrafted nature. And I feel the value of handcrafted products will definitely go up. over time with all of these AI tools, because if you can generate anything instantly, with manufacturing techniques like 3D printing, you can also then 3D print anything that you can generate very quickly. So putting in that handcrafted nature and, you know, physically signing things and doing, going that extra mile and working to it, you know, it makes a huge difference. And I think that the quality of product will be very valuable and sought after in the future. Including process into product will be very interesting as well. Yes, there's lots of amazing things, and this is something I'm focusing on. Of, you know, you could 3D print this in resin and then continue sculpting on it with real clay, or even work even further. So yeah, I definitely learn these tools now, and be, you know, this is really good fundamentals. That even if AI, you know, is starting to generate these things, you still have to come up with the ideas. You still have to know what you want to be the text prompt. You still have to have that idea in your head to begin with for the tool to generate the image or to generate the model. And the biggest thing is, yes, I can generate beautiful things, but what's the narrative? What's the reason why? And why does this? Is this a character? Is this part of a bigger story? Where are they from? What do they do? Do they speak? You know, do they communicate telepathically? There's so much more to just what was produced in an image, or what is produced in a model. Because even if an AI can fully generate this as a fully rigged model that goes straight into a generated metaverse world or a full animated film, then fine. But we need the rest of it to fill in the pieces, and that quality, handcrafted quality in there as well. So cool. I'm going to save this guy. Cool. So we've covered rendering. There's some other cool things that I want to show you guys as well. So what we can do in here, if I go to the reflective one, because it's going to be easier to show you. If I add a new layer here, okay. And then I scroll down. What we're going to do is we're going to add a normal map, okay, specifically to this object. So what I'm going to do is go to the brushes. Okay, so some of these are parametric, but let's pick. You can filter just by typing in the top, which is really quite nice. And then we're just going to pick something that we want here. So cool. So what we do, you can build your own brushes. So what we haven't done here is I haven't shown you guys how to actually like paint, because you can just click and paint just like this. And all I'm doing is painting white on top of what we've already got. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to add a new layer. Okay, and then what we're going to do is you can like project them on, which is let's go normal, and actually do this. So you can just drag and drop, and what that's done is actually created another layer and actually put this item on. So we can use the move tools. Okay, it has a projection depth, as you can see, but you can change that. We can just go into scale items and increase that projection depth. But that's just changed the normals. Okay, so if I scale that down, it'll look a little better, and then we can rotate that around. Rotate that so it projects better. And you can do this on the 2D as well. So let's go. So yeah, it allows you to add further detail that just gets baked into the normal maps. Okay, so if I go back and change normal, you can see what we've got there, and continue that there. So lighting. So that's one option. And then let's put some more details then in also then the armor itself. So if I were to come here, hide this guy, and we can just this. So you can see here how when it renders, it looks kind of 3D as well. I mean, it's too big, but dragging and dropping is one option. But if we do stuff like this, so you can see how it is affected by the light because it's just a normal map. Come here, go to normal, and you can see here that that is actually produced it there. It's not going to be in the baked ones. Cool. So you can continue to come in and start to do this, and you can do Control D to duplicate it. We can select two together, Control G to make a folder, and then you can come along and just continue to move these around. You can create a brush and brush over them. You've got bevel egg, and you go to make sure you apply it to normal. But some of these normals here actually have parameters and make them parametric. So if I do something like this, so you can actually come here and then change the size this way. You can change the bevel thickness. I mean, if I reduce that down, well, that looks super nice. So you can actually come in here and start to add a few more details, like so, which really just adds, you could go down the whole thing and produce some really nice textures where I wouldn't even sculpt these kind of details in because you'd need the mesh to be super high quality. That light goes down there. So you can do that with the normals, but you can also then paint like gold, but also with a normal on top as well. So they don't have to be the same particular color as well. So if I then go to color as well, I mean, it's projected like that, so that's just not going to work. But if we then come back and let's do a new film, let's do a new smart. Get rid of that. We do color and normal. No, not like that. Okay. Delete. Remove the layer. Cool. So you can come in and start to really play around. You can download your own normal maps and bring them in. You can build your own. And then, I mean, I didn't have mirror switched on. If I had mirror switched on, that would look a lot better. But another thing we can do, let's have a look. Let's take the gold details. Show you something else really cool. Okay, so we've got about less than 20 minutes, guys. So if you've got any more questions, please throw them in the chat now. So I'm going to do this and hide some of these effects just for now. And then what we're going to do, if we go to the brushes, okay, and then we type in, yeah, have some amazing things called particle brushes, okay? So what I'm going to do is create a new layer, new paint layer, and we're going to pick this brush. So we're going to click this fracture brush, okay? And what we can do is then we also then select a material as well. So say we want this to be We've already got gold, so let's do something different. Let's put some black on here. If you double click this, that'll then assign that material to the particular brush. Okay, I'm going to hide curvature, ambient occlusion, and then watch when I paint this on. So that's only affecting the mesh, but that's going to just keep growing. Okay, and I can add it again. And that dynamically creates some incredible stuff. So that was only, that's selected for color and normals, but look at that. So really, really powerful way of adding extra detail. And it would have taken ages to sculpt that. So let me do that again, but with a different particle brush. So let me go back to search, a particle, laser impact. This is really cool, OS. And it's actually doing the material as well. So I wanted that matte black over the top, and you can just come in and just go across the board, and it's just great. We've got leaks. So you can put this at the top and then watch the gravity. And because I've put on, because we have, I then actually put on, you see it's actually eating into the gold, which looks gorgeous, which is really nice. And matte black and gold always go well. So yeah, and then we've got liquid streaks. And you can see it actually follows the geometry, which insane. Just like liquid would, so you can see it's actually pooling underneath and gripping to the surface as it moves down. Really, really cool. And then we've got veins. You can increase the size, decrease the size of these as well. You can come to the parameters. Rococo, which just one click and it just does some incredible stuff. So yeah, because it's quite small, you can't see the black, but you can do puddle where it all pools in certain areas. So if it's flat, you've got sandstorm. You can see it just chips away, and it's mainly on top as well, which is really nice detailing. Broken glass. We've got electric lines, which are sort of more, and then we've got organic. Like it just looks incredible. So you can't really have Substance Painter and not have a go at this. So you can just come along and start, you know, at the bottom. Let's actually start to paint some of these things at the bottom, because you know it's dirty. It's where things are getting worn. And then I've not used Glitter Party before. Cool. So yeah, and burn does the opposite. So you set the source and then up it goes. Oh, it's picked the glitter thing. So let's do another, let's add something else. I mean, you could use wood. You can start to mix and match different colors as well, different materials. Particle brush, and then we do, what was it, burn. So you start it here, and then as you see, it rises up, and actually it won't affect, it actually goes up. You see the particles there, so it won't actually hit much. It slides up a little bit, but does some of this. So absolutely incredible piece of software. And then what happens is, so if I show you now in 3D, all of this is baked in, all those dents, all those rivets, all the color changes. And then what you do is you go File, Export Textures when you're ready. And then I pick, depends on what you're doing, but JPEG, PNG, all good. Let's go to desktop. We'll just do it in an export folder. And then I use you've got different options. You can pick which platform you want to export for, but I'll just do this one for now, what I normally use. So there's going to be 4 textures, four or 5 textures for each of these colors, for each of these. We've got 7 materials, so there's going to be 7 times 4. So we're going to export these at 2K, and then you click export, and off it goes. It just spits out the lot quickly, really quickly. So if I go to desktop, that's all done. And then here we go. These are the textures. And this is what you drag and drop into SketchFab and the mesh straight away. So color gold, you can see they've just got that there. Don't mind these pixel stretching. Those are just in between the UV islands. And then here's that reflective texture. And there we go. So yeah, and that's also got the normal maps in there. So all of those divots and all those things you can see here. Yeah, you see all that detail baked into the normal. So we've got the mesh, the high quality mesh sculpted detail in here. We've got the substance painter details sculpted or procedurally generated over the top. Yeah, there's just so much you can do. And then you can use this layering system as well to mask the difference. So if I use this example that I showed you earlier, let's go view 3D, and then I'll just do a quick UV map comparison for you guys as well. So if I open up this guy, this folder, this is tons of stuff in here. If I get rid of the bronze, basically what I've done is I have an entire corroded green layer, okay, that's using also another, it's using a noise texture to give some variance in the color. Let's get rid of you and you to make it simple. Okay. So I've got this green corrosion texture, okay? That's there. So that green is there, but then what I'm doing is the bronze armor has a layer over the top, okay? And that has a noise map, which is just black and white values in like a cloud formation. And then what that does is that then shows, it puts, if I hide this, it basically, with a slider, I click this guy, this metal edgeware, basically you can either have 100% gold showing through, or you can have like 100% green showing through. And as you drag this where using that normal map, that noise map, it then shows certain, shows this. So yeah. Is it also possible to soften or paint between layers? Yes. So you can put whatever's on top will be on top of the surface. So you can add as many layers in between as you wish. You can soften layers by dragging this slider. You can, by changing the opacity, you can also use the different drop down here to change the different, how it affects that particular layer. But yeah, it really is an art form to come in and then start to change some of these things. I mean, this is a folder and this mask is affecting the whole of the folder. So I can still come in and start to change like the color of this and the different layers. So there's just so many different layers in between these things here. So if you wanted to soften things, you just got to go to the right layer and just play around with those values. So yeah, you're very welcome. It is super powerful. As soon as someone showed it to me, I was like, oh, that saves me so much time. Just baking the mesh maps and not having to render out an ambient occlusion map for the whole thing. You render it out and then you got to put it into Photoshop and overlay it and yeah, or bring it into Blender and overlay it. It just becomes so much more, yeah, economy of time. Like the price, you know, for the AR jobs that I do, you know, a couple of jobs pay for the subscription or one job pays for the subscription if it's a good job. And that's it. You know, it's a tool that I use for every single asset I create. And then you can bake it all out. And then you've got that high quality asset ready to go, which is so very nice. Cool. So I'm just going to switch that back on. So yeah, and because I did these as separate layers, I did this fracture one, but I can now overlay the one I did before on top of that. So then I can come in and I can soften that layer because I don't want it to be that strong. You can come in and also soften certain layers. So if you don't want any color to come through from this layer, you just click the layer, you go to the properties, and then you can tick on and off the color versus the normals. You can just come in here and say no color, and I'll remove the color from it. So yeah, economy of time. Cool. Throw any more questions in if you've got them. And then in terms of the UV functions between softwares, do you specifically, GV, your question regarding, do you mean unwrapping, or do you mean the ability to mark seams and things like that? Because there's lots of options. Really going to town. Like which ones in generally more powerful or convenient? So they're very much the same. Like between Blender and 3ds Max, the process is the same in terms of being able to unwrap and go to the UV editing, and then yeah, it always looks like this. It's always a square window. You always see your faces and your points, and you're always still going to have to go in and mark seams for it to unwrap. And there's a lot of trial and error to get really clean UV maps. But once you've got it for that particular form, it looks great. And it becomes, it just makes the texturing process really nice. There's no real tools that do it very well for you. You can, if I show you really quickly, let's take, if I open up, I save this guy, if I show you what it looks like just to process in the background, if you're willing to stick around, there is like a new file, select, and I select the split, and then instead of uncheck this and go auto unwrap. So if you wanted to take the gravity sketch file, which I'm doing, this is now UV unwrapping it. So this is a good comparison. It'll take a little while because it's doing it for each of the objects, but you'll see the difference in the UV maps. So you can, if you've got a simple form, if you've got simple hard surface forms with like fairly straight edges, or a well split up model like an organic creature, but you've got the body as one material, the head is another, the arms and legs is another, then using this automatic UV unwrapping might work well. Try it, see how it goes. It's not great. I would still do it manually. And even with all these incredible AI tools, it's difficult to find. If there was one that could solve UV unwrapping, it would make a hell of a difference to the industry. And be able to take that process out. Houdini is also a really good example of a UV, got a really good UV unwrapping. So let's have a look and see what we got. So that didn't do too bad of a job for the armor. Let's have a look. Okay, that's not doing too bad for that one either. And here's an example of really bad UV unwrapping. If I apply a texture to this, you're not going to see anything. It's only going to be a few pixels large. Same with this one. Same with this one. This is a really typical, for something so large, we basically need to come in and slice and add that UV seam here so that it could arrange things differently. But yeah, so let's just go down this path. It's a really good question, and it's a really good comparison. So if I bake the mesh maps, and we do exactly what we did before, but we'll just do 2K really quickly. Ambient occlusion, okay, I'm just going to go full speed. Thickness, bake the mesh maps, let it run. You'll see the quality difference for the ones where they're all spindly and don't look great. So you mean it wouldn't be a perfect like the chocolate Santa from M&S? I love that you know what M&S is as a Brit. That's amazing. Yes, it won't be perfect. It's basically saying like having this whole Santa texture, but make it really small in the corner. You're just not going to get that quality. Again, it'll just look pixelated. It'll look horrible. So just let this run. Let this finish. And you'll see the difference. It did quite well on some of the objects. I'm not going to lie, it was good. It's impressive, but there are some bits that it just will struggle with, and you're not going to know unless you give it a go. And yeah, when you need to be in control of it, it's better to do it manually. So we'll let this finish, and then the real test is dragging a texture like the one with the triangle, the gold triangle pattern. Bringing that in, you'll see how the texture applies. So, okay, cool. So let's have a look. So we're on, what are we on? Okay, so we're on the gold sides. Let's add this guy. If I pop this on, you'll see what it looks like. So you can see how it's applying it. And we can come in and we can change then the parameters, roughness. I just want to change the scale, pattern, tile, increase this. Yeah, it's not letting me tile it. That's not cool. Let's go. So that's that one. This one's going to work well, I think. So because there were only surfaces, it seems to do well with those. So let's pop that on. Yeah, cool. Looks good. You can see the image on there. You can see the nice effect. I'll put that one on there. Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. It's done okay. If you needed to do something quick and dirty, then yeah. But otherwise, here we go, tiling. Yeah, so it's not ideal. Then let's have a look. So yeah, this is interesting. So you can see that this is now curved for this piece. What that's going to do is that's going to stretch some things. So you can see this is a straight line. You see it curving. Now, it might be a thing that you enjoy and you want to do. I mean, it looks kind of cool, you know, especially if I tile it up like this, where you actually, if you wanted it to curve by design, then yes, you would curve the UV map. So that's really interesting. You know, we can bit of Deus Ex style. One thing I wanted to check is these guys. Yeah. These guys aren't going to look great. So if I then put on again the generator for this, ambient occlusion and just color, yeah, it's not looking as good as it could do, and you're just not being as efficient with it. So if I see, can you see here that how pixelated? Can you see the difference right there? It's a great example. You can actually see the photo of the concrete here, much nicer, but here it's all pixelated. So that's why we need a good UV unwrap. That's why we do it manually, and that's why the Santa matters, to get that to look good. So yeah, cool. Another version, another iteration, that looks not too bad. Yeah, didn't do too bad of a job. So yeah, you can do it this way. You can do them out of modeler. I think this one's a little bit better, but okay. I mean, that's just over time by my watch. If you guys have got any more questions, I guess it's the last opportunity to do so. Thank you very much for your patience. This has been great to share methodologies, tips and tricks and things that I've honed over the years. You're very welcome. It's an absolute pleasure. I love talking about this. It's always nice to start to give these tools to people to create some amazing things. Some of the students I've had over the years have just made some incredible things. So yeah, please go away and make anything, make whatever you want, whatever comes up as AI inspiration. Feel free to tag me in things, tag me in your stories, share stuff with me. I'd love to see the before photo of the AI inspiration and then the final output, whether it's renders or 3D model or SketchFab. Yeah, please do share that with me. If I show you SketchFab really quick, if you guys don't know what it is, it's an amazing 3D model repository, and you can basically, I'll just open one of these. Look who it is. This loads a 3D model straight here, but you can come in and spin that 3D model really nicely. This is actually an AI texture generated piece by a good friend. There's photogrammetry in here. Yeah, I was going to take
that was from me and Oleg.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then people put in their high quality game assets in here. And the reason why SketchFab is great, really quickly, just last on this, it's just loading in the textures, but you can come here and actually go to the model inspector and start to look at all of the different maps that we just had in Substance Painter. So you can see the normal maps, specular, map cap is just a surface version, and then you got the texture there, but that's still loading in. Yeah, and you can see this is a really good high quality game assets piece. You know, that doesn't need to be 3D, it can just be textures. So yeah, go out, create amazing things, be inspired. I'd love to see what you create, and yeah, enjoy, have fun.
Thank you so much, Christian. It was awesome, as usual. A lot of fun. I think everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, my pleasure. Thanks for inviting me to speak again. These are great.
Yeah. Hopefully another next time too.
Yes. And we can probably deep dive into some of these tools a bit more. Yeah. So there's so much opportunity, and as AI and the tools increase, you know, we might be able to get an AI that generates, you know, 90% of the asset for you, or it'll start at 20% and 50%. And, you know, you can start to take a base mesh, maybe from an AI, and then go in and sculpt over the top, you know, anything that inspires you. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everyone who stayed for the entire time. And I don't have camera, so I can't wave, but goodbye all, and yeah, looking forward to see what y'all come up with. Be sure to tag Christian and us in your creations so we can see them.
Yes, please do. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Until next time. Bye.